Hey guys, my name is Hogan, and in this video I'll be showing you how to create an e-commerce website in WordPress using the best free resources. So I'm super excited for this video because this is the most updated video to create an e-commerce website for 2020. So I'll be showing you all the latest features and the best tools to use. So in a few hours, you'll have your own mobile responsive online store ready to start selling products and also accepting payments. Everything that you'll need is going to be online, so you don't need any expensive software, and you can build it using a Mac or a PC. I'll even show you how you can import products directly from another website so you can start selling today and you can start testing products today. So we'll be using a platform called WordPress, which is the most popular content management system in the world, and it powers over 35% of the websites on the internet. Then we'll be adding a free plugin called WooCommerce. This allows us to add in our products, set in our payment gateways, shipping prices, coupons, managing your orders, and everything you need to run a successful online store. So this is a multi-purpose e-commerce website which is perfect for beginners who want to sell one product, a few products, or maybe dozens of products with multiple categories. And you can also use this video if you want to create websites for other people and start selling it as a service. So what I'm going to be showing you now is a full tour of the website to show you exactly what we're going to be building. And I'm really excited because I'm going to be showing you things which aren't going to be covered in other videos that you find on YouTube. So for this website that we're creating today, I've actually taken a lot of inspiration from some of the top websites in the world, for example, Apple, Amazon, Gymshark, and Daniel Wellington, and incorporated the design aspects as well as the features onto our own website that we're creating. So you're going to create a really amazing website for your online business. All right, so we've got a really nice and simple header design here, which you can change the color of, and it also sticks. So when you're scrolling down or your customers are scrolling down, then it's really easy to navigate to your other pages, right? So you've also got a nice drop down menu here. You can also display your products in a mega menu like that. And you've also got a My Account page, so your customers can actually save their email addresses, their payment information, and things like that so that they can check out quicker, right? They can also track their orders by clicking on the order section, and they can also download the invoice here. So if you click on the view, then the customers can track where their orders are. So that saves you a lot of time and saves them a lot of time from, contacting you and things like that. So if you're selling things like ebooks or downloadable products, then your customers can download that directly from their own sort of My Account section as well. And you've also got a wish list, which you can disable as well if you don't want that. But your customers can add products to the wish list instead of adding to their cart. Okay, so this is your simple shopping cart here. And they can also deselect the items directly from here, and they can also click on the view cart. So if you're doing like influencer marketing and you want to create a coupon code for them, then you can. So for example, Hogan20, and they can click on apply coupon, and that's going to change the cart total. Okay, so it's going to apply that coupon there, and everything's going to be automatically calculated. So you can set up free shipping or standard shipping, express shipping. You can change all the rates based on different zones and different products as well. And the taxes will be automatically calculated based on their shipping address. Okay, so everything is really streamlined, and they can click on proceed to checkout. So on the checkout page, they can put in their billing information as well as their shipping information. And then they can scroll down here and they can either pay by cash on delivery, by PayPal if they have a PayPal account. But what's really important is that I'll be showing you how to create and set up your website so you can accept credit cards and debit cards directly on your website. So I'll be showing you how to get an SSL certificate for your website, and this is what most top e-commerce stores have, and they're able to process their credit cards directly on the website. So it saves your customer a lot of time from navigating to another website, for example, to PayPal. All right, so you can do this all from your website. So I'm going to click on I've read and agreed. Okay, and then click on place order. So I'll show you a quick sort of demonstration of how it works and everything like that. Okay, so the order is completed and they're gonna get this information over here. Okay, so your customers will receive a order confirmation and you'll receive a new order notification, so you can actually ship the products out to your customer. So you can also navigate to your dashboard section where you can also manage all your orders from your dashboard. So you can hover over WooCommerce and you can click on orders. Okay, so from here you can click into the new order. And from here, you can add in the tracking information. So if you take your products to the post office, then they'll give you a tracking number, and you can add the tracking number over here, and then you can save the tracking, and then that will be messaged directly to your customer's email address. Okay, so you can also print out a order invoice here, or a packing slip, which makes things a lot easier when you're packing, a lot of different orders and things like that. Okay, so if we go back to our website, so I'm going to be showing you how to add in all your essential pages, for example, your about page, your contact page with your contact forms, and I'll also give you the template for the terms of service and the privacy policy and things like that as well. I'll show you how to add in your social media links so you can link that to your socials, and also how to add in an email opt-in so you can collect emails for promotions, which is really, really important. So everything is also really, really easy to sort of manage. So for example, if you want to change your header here, for example, this free shipping, you can just click on the turn on the builder. All right, and then you can click into that, and then you can just change it. So let's say $75, okay, and then click on done, click on save, and then you can close it, and then that's edited, right? So if we click on our shop page, I'll also show you how to add in a video here or an image with some text here. So normally with other e-commerce tutorials, you're not able to do this. This is actually really important because sometimes you might have like a sale, for example, Valentine's sale or Christmas sale, and you want to have your own banner here. So with this tutorial, you'll be able to do that. But more importantly, you can actually add in content as well. So for some of your product categories, you can add in like a paragraph of content. And this is really important for Google and search engine optimization purposes, because Google actually doesn't know what your page is about, especially if you're quite a new website. It's really useful if you have like a paragraph of what this page is about, and then your Google rankings will actually improve. Okay, so I'll also be showing you how to customize your products, right? So this is not covered in other tutorials, but you can actually click on edit template. So you can change the design of your products, and you can move things around, and you can change the colors. You can basically like change it like this. All right, so you can move the pricing. Okay, you can also change the column widths as well, just by dragging like this, right? You can also add in all the different modules here onto the sections here. So you can basically recreate any popular product page that you like. It does take some work, but I'm going to show you, basically everything that you need to know, so you don't have to watch a bunch of other videos. Okay, so that's really, really cool. And basically that is pretty much it. So I'll also be showing you how to create your own professional email, which is really important because you're going to be using that for your business, as well as, adding that to your social media accounts and anything that you need. All right, so I'm going to give you a quick overview of exactly what we need to get started. By the way, all the timestamps will be listed down in the description below, and all the resources will be in the description as well. If you have any questions and troubles, then make sure to drop a comment down below. So we're going to be creating the website in just 4 simple steps. The first step is to get a domain name, and a domain name is essentially just your website's address. For example, google.com or youtube.com. Your one will be yourbusinessname.com. And then the second thing you'll need is a hosting account. So a hosting account is where all your website files live, like your content, your images. It's virtually like a virtual computer that stores all your information, so anyone around the world can access your website 24/7. Then we'll need to install WordPress and WooCommerce, which adds the e-commerce functionality, and also the theme, which adds the appearance as well as the drag and drop builder, so you can really recreate any layout that you want. And then I'll be showing you how to build your website. So the only thing that you'll need to pay for today is just for your domain name, which is required, and that costs anywhere between $15 to $20 per year, depending on which domain extension you get. And then a hosting account that costs anywhere between $5 to $10 every single month. And I do have a coupon code for you, so you're going to save a lot of money. So besides your domain and your hosting account, everything else will be free. For example, WordPress, WooCommerce, the theme will be included in the description down below. And of course, building it will be free as well. So you're going to be saving thousands of dollars, but you'll also be gaining the knowledge of creating your own online store, so you're able to edit your website whenever you want. So hopefully you guys are really excited to begin. So if you're ready, then I'm ready. Let's get right into it. Okay, so what we're going to do now is to get our domain and hosting, and for that you can actually click the link down below this video, and that's going to take you to SiteGround, or you could just type into your browser siteground.com/go/. /Hogan70 and then click on enter. So that is a discount affiliate link. So what that basically means that is if you actually choose to purchase through that link, then I may get a commission for that. And I really, really appreciate it because it helps support the videos and doesn't actually cost you anything extra, okay? But the real reason why I'm recommending SiteGround over Bluehost and HostGator in this video is because that would create an e-commerce website. And when you actually create an e-commerce website, there are a lot of images and there are a lot of different plugins which add different functionalities for your website, and that makes your website more heavy, right? So it needs a lot of resources to actually load your website quickly. And SiteGround will actually provide you that compared to HostGator or Bluehost, which is probably better for like just, business website, because I've actually tested that previously in my previous videos, which you can watch. I'll link it down below. It loads a lot quicker, and you also get to choose where your website is hosted. So it's actually closer to your customers, and that means your website's going to load quicker as well. Okay. So when we scroll down here, as you can see, the prices may be a little bit different for you. So for the Grow Big plan, I think in the United States, it's like $5.95, and this one's like $3.95. Right now, I think I'm on the Australian website. Okay, so you can change your region down here. There's 3 different plans, right? So for the Go Geek plan, that's probably a little bit too expensive and a little bit too much for what you need at the moment. So we need to look at the startup plan and the Grow Big plan. So generally, what I recommend for most people is probably the startup plan, because you only have one website. Then you could just pay, this amount, and then you could just get started for as cheap as possible, right? But with your Grow Big plan, you can host unlimited websites. So basically what that means is that you can have your website, your friend's website, and your client's website, right? If you know that you're building more than, one website, then I recommend the Grow Big. You also get some other premium features as well, which is really useful for your website. Okay, so you can actually upgrade later on, so you don't have to worry about it if you actually get the startup plan. And then once you actually decide that, okay, maybe you want to build another website, then you just need to pay the pro rata rate, the remaining amount, and then you can upgrade to the next plan. Okay, so for this video, I'm just going to get the most recommended one, and I'm going to click on Get Plan. And if you want to register a new domain, then you want to put in your domain name here. If you already have one, then you need to click here, and then we'll need to actually connect it later on. Okay, so for example, for your domain name, I'm going to put in, let's say, modern demo 123, and then here you can choose a country specific domain extension. So this is really, really good as well. So if you're more so, based in like the UK, then I'll probably get .co.uk. You can also get, .net.au. I'm pretty sure there is a .com.au somewhere. Over here. Okay. I'm just going to get a .com one. Okay. And then I'm going to click on proceed. So I've already got an account with SiteGround. So I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to create a new account. So I'm going to walk you through how to set everything up properly. Okay. So just enter in all your details, like your password and also your client information and your payment information. So for the data center, I would recommend one which is closest to you, right? So if you are based in the United States, then you would select US. If you're based in like Asia Pacific, then choose Singapore. Okay. So for the period, I recommend 12 months or longer. Basically, the longer that you select, the bigger the discount that you actually lock in, right? So I would never go with the trial, because that's already going to cost like 30 or so and $40 already, rather than just paying for 12 months. Okay. So here we're going to scroll down to domain privacy. I recommend it, but it's not necessary. Basically what it does is it will actually hide your address, your name, and phone number from marketing companies. Okay, so if you don't want to get spammed, then I recommend getting it. But if you don't mind, like for example, you might be like a brick and mortar business, then you don't need to get it, okay? Because your name and your address, everything's already out there, so it doesn't really matter, okay? So here with the SG site scanner, recommended but not necessary. You can actually add it in later as well, and you can also add in some free plugins for your website. So we're just going to scroll down here, and then you can check that you've confirmed. Okay, and if you want to get some emails and offers, then you select that, and then we're going to click on Pay Now. Okay, so the account was successfully created. Then you can click on Proceed to Customer area. So over here, you can click on Set Up Website, but if you want to click on Billing, then here is where you can change your billing information. if you click on services, here's where you can actually manage and upgrade or change your hosting account details and stuff like that. Here you can click on website, and you can also click on complete here as well. All right, so we can click on complete, and then we're going to click on select, and we're going to select to install WordPress here. So click on that, and here is your WordPress login credentials. So I'm just going to put in ecommercetutorial91@gmail.com. Put in a password, so remember your password, and then click on continue. And here we're just going to click on finish, and that's going to create your new WordPress installation. Okay, so it says the site creation is taking a little bit longer, so I'm going to come back and check my email. Okay, so maybe what I want to do is make sure that we verify our domain. So we're going to click over here and verify that. Okay, so let's just verify the email. Okay, so that's been verified. Let's go back to my email. Let's make sure that this one's set in as well. Okay, I'm not going to consent that. I'm just going to save it. Let's go back to my inbox and to see if the actual thing has been created. Okay, so let's go back to websites. And now it should actually be installed. Okay, so it did take a few minutes. So you do want to check your email as well. All right, so here you want to make sure that you have the Let's Encrypt SSL installed. So normally it will be installed automatically. Okay, so what we can do is click on Site Tools over here. Okay, so this is where you manage your domain name and your website. So what we're going to do first is to create an email. So creating an email is really, really important because you're going to use your email for a lot of different places, like for example, on your social media, but especially important when you actually create your e-commerce website, you'll need a domain specific email. Otherwise, the email order sort of confirmations, they may end up in the spam folder for your customers. Okay, so that's not good. So you want to click on email and click on email accounts. So here you can create an email, a new email. So you could do like hello, you could do like help, you could do like sales, whatever it is that you want to do. And then you want to set in your password. Let's click on create. Okay, so that email is created, and you can actually click on it over here to log into your webmail, and you can also change your quota, so you can increase the amount like that. So how much storage you want it to be. Let's just say we confirm it like that. All right, so what we're going to do is to connect your email account here to Gmail. So that means you can actually send email via your Gmail account and sort of receive email as well. So you don't have to, manage your email in the SiteGround dashboard area. Okay, so this is the email. You can actually send emails from here, but I prefer to actually manage it from Gmail. So I'll show you how to quickly connect it up. Right, so we can go to your Gmail account and you can click on the gear icon on the right, click on settings, and then click on accounts and import. And then here you want to check mail from your other accounts. So click on add email account. So pull that in here and just get your email. So we can click on the icon here, mail config, manual settings. Okay. Copy over your email and just minimize the screen because sometimes it appears under that, and then just paste it in. Click on next. Click on next again. Paste in your username, which is the same as your email. Put in your password that you've actually set in before, so it's going to log into this email. And the POP server name should be your domain name. Okay, so just copy over your domain name and just paste it there. For the port, it is 995. So change it to 995 and always use secure SSL and label incoming messages. Okay, click on add to account. And then you want to be able to send email as hello@moderndemo123. So just select that. Here you can change your name. Click on next. And for the SMTP server, we just need to paste in the domain name. All right, and the username is your email address. All right, so hello@moderndemo123, and put in your password that you set in before. And for the port, it is 465. Click on add. All right, so we're just one step away. It's going to send a confirmation code to this email to basically verify that you actually own this email. All right, so what we can do now is we can go back to open our Gmail account over here. Okay, so over here, it has found that it has one email. So you can click on check mail now to see if there's any email there. And you can actually go to close here, log into webmail, and there should be an email somewhere. I think it's not loading. Let's just go back to our Gmail account. Okay, so we're going to click over here, and then what we could do is just either click on the link here or just copy over the confirmation. So I'm just going to click on the link to just confirm that. All right, so that's confirmed. Now, there can be a problem. So if you just purchase domain and hosting, sometimes it may take time for that domain and hosting account to propagate, to set up in the back end. So it may take like half an hour or a little bit longer. So if it actually, you can't find any confirmation email, just wait like half an hour or so and then come back to check to verify. If you have any issues, then you can also contact the support as well. Okay, so what we're going to do now is log into your WordPress dashboard. So here we can click on WordPress and install and manage. And you should have your website installed with WordPress over here. And you can click on login to your admin panel. So what I'm going to do is just close everything on the top. Now here you want to click on exit because you don't want to actually go through the SiteGround startup wizard thing. I'll show you how to create your website step by step. Okay, so congratulations, we have installed and also logged into your WordPress dashboard, and this is the most important part of your website where you manage your entire website, right? So this is the back end of your website, and this is what you see only, right? So what your customers will see is your homepage. So you can click on the top left here, and this is what they'll see. Okay, so we haven't actually fully configured our website yet, so don't worry about how it looks right now. It's gonna totally transform in a few minutes. Okay, so if we actually want to get back, then we can click on that dashboard again. All right, so you may have sort of like a different dashboard section here, and that is because we want to actually click on plugins and we want to deactivate some of your plugins, right? So plugins are sort of different applications that add different functionalities onto our website, and by default, some hosting companies will install some plugins onto your WordPress installation. So if you actually see some plugins, then what you want to do is you want to select it, and then you want to deactivate all of them, and then you can delete them. Okay, so you might want to deactivate the WordPress starter one. This one we can actually keep because it's fine. Okay, so this one will actually make your website perform a little bit faster. Okay, so this one's fine. The other ones, just delete them all. Otherwise, your dashboard area is going to look really, really messy. So what we're going to do is we can just close some of these things here, and actually what we can do is go to screen options, and we can just close all of these and just clean it up a little bit. Okay, so once we've actually installed some plugins, then we'll actually drag in some of the most important things, for example, your sales metrics, and put it over here. Okay, so what we're going to do now is just do some basic configuration so you can get the best settings. So what we can do is go to settings here and click on permalinks. And what you want to do is set it to post name. So this is really important because you want your post name or your title name to appear in the URL. So it's for search engine optimization purposes. You don't want something like 2020 and then you've got like the numbers here, or p equals 123, right? Because when your customers actually see that, then they don't know what that page is about, and Google doesn't know either, right? So if you set it to post name, then whichever page title or post title, then it'll actually include it in the URL. All right, so scroll down and click on save changes, and then you can click on users here as well, and you can click on edits, Okay, so here you can enter in your first name, so like Hogan and then Chua. You can also display your name as like that, something like that, so it changes over here. And you can also click over here, and then you can upload your profile picture. Okay, so it'll actually show over here. And if you want to change your password, you can click on generate password and then update profile. So now the next thing I want to do is click on pages, and I just want to delete all the pages. Okay, so just move it to trash and click on apply. And the same thing for post. Okay, so I just want to delete the sample post here, click on trash, and just go to trash again and just delete that permanently. So we just want to clear everything up so we can all get on the same page and start fresh. So one last thing before we actually begin is I want to show you how to log back into your dashboard area, which is important. So what you can do is actually just bookmark this page, and if you want to log out, then you can hover over on the top right and click on log out. To log back in to this dashboard area here, so let's just say we are a customer. Okay, so go to yourdomain.com, and then from that you just do /WP, which is WordPress -admin, and then click on enter, and that's going to take you to the WordPress dashboard login area, and then you just fill in your details and click on login. Alright, so just bookmark that page so you'll be able to easily log back into your dashboard area. So what we're going to do now is install a theme. So hover over appearance and then click on themes. So a theme is essentially just the look of the website, and there are thousands of different WordPress themes, each with its own specific look and functions, right? So I personally don't like to use any of these themes because they have a specific look and you can't really customize it, right? And anytime you want to change the look, you have to switch the theme, all right? So the theme that we can actually use is the Themify shop theme, and that's available to download in the description below. Okay, so download that onto your computer first, right? And it should look something like this, themify-shop.zip. And sometimes your browser may automatically unzip it into a folder. So you want to right click and you want to compress it back into this file, all right? Because that's what we'll be uploading. So go back to your WordPress dashboard and click on upload theme, choose file, and you want to click on themify-shop.zip and then click on open and install now. So this is actually a premium theme which I am able to actually share it with you guys, and it's really awesome because it adds a drag and drop builder and you're able to customize all the different elements on your website. Okay, so there are some stuff warning things, but I don't think that matters. Let's just click on activate. Okay, so here they ask you to import some skins and demos. We don't want to do that. We want to just click on X, because sometimes if you import like skins and demos, then it's sort of hard to configure and it sort of overwhelms you if you don't know what to do. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we can actually view our website, and this is what it looks like. Okay, so it's a lot cleaner now. It looks a lot better. So what we need to do now is click on dashboard, and we need to install some different plugins. Okay, so plugins add different functionalities to our WordPress website. And what we want to do is we want to click on plugins. All right, so the first plugin that we want to download is Really Simple SSL. So you can click on add new. And here you want to search for the plugin. So we can search for Really Simple SSL and click on enter. Alright, so this one has basically over 3 million installs. Click on install now, and this will actually secure our website. So as you can see right now, it's got the red symbol, not secure. It will basically add like a lock, and that will allow you to actually process credit cards on your website. Right, so go over here and just activate it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and activate the SSL. Okay, so you want to make sure that you know your password because it's going to log you out. Right, so we're going to click on go ahead and activate. Alright, so if we actually click on refresh now, then it should actually log us out and we may need to log back in. Okay, so just log back in, and now that's going to show with the lock icon. Right, so now you can basically accept credit cards on your own website, right? So we're going to click on add new again, and the next plugin that we're going to search for is WooCommerce PDF, and then click on enter. Alright, so we're going to install this one here, PDF invoices and packing slips. What's that going to allow you to do is to actually print off the packing slips. So this is really important if you have, like a lot of orders and different items, then you know what to pack and it just makes things a lot easier. So just activate that. So let's click on add new again. The next one is going to be advanced shipments. So let's just type in advanced shipment and hit on enter. Okay, so this one here by Zorum, click on install, and this is going to allow us to send tracking details to your customers, once they place an order. So click on activate. Okay, so the next plugin is something that you have to download. So below this video, there is a link to my website, and it will have the additional plugins which you can download. All right, so you can go to hoganshaw.com/modern-e-commerce-tutorial. And we'll need to download Themify Contact, Themify WooCommerce Builder, and you can download this, which we'll install later. Alright, so just download that to your computer, and then hit on download. Go back to plugins, click on add new, upload plugin, choose file, and just find the file. So WooCommerce Builder WooCommerce.zip, click on open. Install now. So make sure you upload the zip folder. If it automatically sort of extracts into a folder, you'll need to right click and compress it back into the zip file. So activate that and click on add new, upload plugins, choose file, and this one is the builder contact, so it's a contact form, and install and activate. Okay, then we're going to click on add new, and this is the last plugin that we're going to add. So this is WooCommerce, and click on enter. So this is essentially the plugin that's going to add the e-commerce functionality to our website. For example, it's going to help you manage your store, add in your products, set in your payments and things like that. So install now. Just going to close that. Click on activate. Okay, so that's going to take you to the setup wizard. So this is where you put in, where your store is located. So I'm just located in Australia, so I'm going to select Australia. And for the currency, I'm just going to put in AUD and leave that as is. Click on let's go. Click on continue. Okay, so here is Stripe. Now I'm going to actually enable that, but I'm not going to ask them to set up a Stripe account for me. You can actually do that later, which I'll show you. And for PayPal, we can also enable that. And I'm going to just deselect that for now. Okay, so we're going to set this and configure the payment settings a little bit later on. All right, so what we're going to do is click on continue. For this one, we're just going to deselect it first. And we're going to scroll down and we're going to set in some basic shipping zones and rates. Right, so we're going to set in and go through this a little bit later. So I'm just going to put in, let's just say $5 for Australia and $10 for zones which aren't located in Australia. And over here, you can select the metrics that you use, kilograms or pounds or whatever it is in your local country. Click on continue. Okay, this is going to help you set up your automated taxes, and we'll just keep everything enabled. So what we're going to do is just click on continue, and that's going to help you install some of these plugins and extensions and things like that. All right, so we have to install Jetpack for the automated taxes to work. So we're going to continue. And what you want to do is probably log into your Gmail, and then you can just log into Jetpack with your Gmail account. So that's taking a little while. Okay, let's click on got it, and I'm just gonna create an account using Google. Okay, just gonna log in there. Hopefully that's okay. So I'm gonna send a verification, and I'll just check my phone for that. So 817397. Click on next. Okay, so that took about a minute, and we need to scroll down here, and what we could do is just click on visit dashboard, And I'm just going to close these things over here. And as you can see, there's a lot of things popping up because it's telling you to do certain things. We're just going to close everything for now and just clear it up. Okay, so what we're going to do next is actually add in some pages, right? So if you actually click on visit our website, then it also automatically created certain pages for your e-commerce, for example, your cart, checkout, my account, and shop. But we want to add in our own pages and also set in our menu. So we could hover over here on the top and click on the plus new page, right? Or we can navigate to our dashboard area, and we can also go to the pages and add new. Okay, so pages, and then you can click on all pages to actually view all the pages, right? Click on add new. All right, just close that. And for the title, I'm going to create our home page. So we're going to label this home and click on publish. Okay, and then to add new again, you hover on the top, click on page. Sorry, my internet connection is kind of slow because I'm using a mobile phone hotspot at the moment. But let's just try and put in about, and we want to create a few more pages, which is important pages. Okay, that's live. Next one is going to be contact. Publish. Page, and this one's going to be a wishlist page. So if you don't want a wishlist page, you don't have to create this one, but if you do want a wishlist page, then we have to create this page and also set it in later, which I'll show you. Alright, so over here, let's click and add a few more pages. This one's going to be a privacy policy page. Click on page. The next one's going to be a terms of service. And the last one page will be called shipping and returns, or whatever you sort of want to call it. It might be like shipping, and then you might have a separate returns page or an FAQ page. That's up to you really. So it's going to do shipping and returns. Alright, so now we've created those pages, we want to set in the menu. Alright, so your pages here has disappeared because there's too many pages. We have to create our menu. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here and hover over the My WordPress or your dashboard area, click on menus, and that's going to take you to the back end so you can actually create your menus. Alright, so you can also go to appearance and menus as well. So the menu name is going to just be top nav. Alright, so you can name it anything, but this one's going to be our top navigation area. Okay, so on the top over here. And over here on the left are your pages. So I'm going to drop in the about, the contact, and we're going to select the shop page. And then I'm going to just go to add these to our menu. Alright, so you can rearrange it just by clicking it and sort of dragging it. So that's how I want to rearrange it. You can also make it a drop down. So let's just say we open this in a new tab. Let's just save the menu first. We want to set the display location to the main nav as well. So set this to main nav and automatically add new top level pages to this menu. Click on save menu, and if we actually refresh this page over here, then your menu should actually show on the top. Alright, so if you want to make it a drop down, a simple drop down is what you need to do is just to hold it and then just sort of indent it below the page that you want to drop down from. Right, so for example, the shop's going to drop down from the about. So if we refresh that page, then when you hover over it, then it's going to drop down like that. Alright, so I'm going to show you how to do the advanced mega menus later. So I just want to keep everything sort of beginner friendly at the moment, and then I'll show you how to do more advanced stuff a little bit later on. So let's just save the menu, and let's just create the menu for the icons as well. So the icon navigation is basically over on the right hand side here, okay, for your My Account and the wish list. So let's just see, okay, we've got the wish list page there. We want to create the icon nav, so we're gonna create a new menu. So click on here, create new menu. This one's gonna be the icon nav. Click on create menu. Okay, so the page is going to be the My Account page, and click on add to menu. Then we want to click on the drop down here, and we want to set in an icon. So you can insert the icon, and here you can choose what you want. So I'm just going to search user and select this icon over here, and then I'm going to click on save to menu. Okay, and we want to set it to the icon navigation and click on save. So if we refresh this page over here, then we should see that icon appear, right? So I'm going to show you how to create a simple footer menu. So let's just go over here and let's just create a new menu. And this one's going to be, let's just name it footer. Click on create. So I'm just going to show you how to create a very basic footer menu right now, and then I'll show you how to create a more advanced one, because sometimes, you know, not everyone needs a advanced one because you only got a few items. So the ones that I'm going to put is the shipping, terms, privacy, and what else do I want to put? Maybe I want to put the shop page as well, so that when people actually scroll down on mobile, then they can actually easily go to the shop page if they need to. For the rest, I think I was going to keep it like that for now. Okay, click on add to menu. Okay, then the next step is to just set in that to be the footer nav, and then click on save. Okay, so if we go over here and refresh the page, then it should show up on the footer section. Okay, so that's looking very good. So if we actually go to our, let's say our home page, right, we do /home and click on enter. You're going to notice that it is not the actual, you know, just the domain URL itself. It has /home. So we want to set this page to be our actual home page, which doesn't have this extension here. So we need to set a static home page, and to do that, we can click on customize. And it's going to take you to Themify options. Click on back, click on the homepage settings, and set a static page, and set that to the home. And then we're going to click on publish. Okay, so then let's close that and let's just check that again. Alright, so as you can see, the home page is now just the domain.com, and that's exactly what we want. So the next thing is we want to set the default layout for our pages. So as you can see, we've got the title, and we've also got the sidebar on the right hand side here, and we don't want that, right? Because if we actually turn on the builder to start building our website, okay, so if you actually start building now, then you have, you know, this title and this sidebar on this side, so it's not very good. So we're going to close that for now, and we're going to set in the default layout, right? So we have a blank canvas to actually work with. So let's go back to our dashboard section, and let's hover over Themify shop and click on Themify settings. So generally what I like to do is just open the site in a new tab, and then we want to click on default layouts. So we want to click on default page layout and scroll down here. So for the sidebar option, we don't want a sidebar, and we also want to hide the title for all our pages and also disable the comments on all our pages as well. So click on save over here, and then if we refresh, then that's going to be gone. Alright, so that's looking very nice now. So if we go back over here and click on theme settings, and we click on the theme appearance, so you can also change the header design as well. So they have, I think, just a little over a dozen different header designs, but personally I think this one is like one of the best ones because it's very easy to navigate for your visitors, and very simple and just nice, right? So you can change it to other ones, but I don't think that's really necessary, and we're just going to keep it like that. All right, so you can also go through each of these different settings. So for example, if we actually scroll down now, the header, let's just say the header is going to stick on the top, and that's the sticky header bar. Okay, so you can actually disable that if you want to. You can also exclude the site tagline, which is the tagline over here. So you can exclude that if you want to, and you can also go through these settings, and you can also change the footer design, which I'll show you a little bit later. It's just so it's going to leave it as default for now. I might want to exclude the site logo for the footer. All right, so I want to select that one, and maybe if you want to exclude the back to top button, which is this button over here, if you want to exclude that, you can do that as well. But I'm just going to leave that as is for now. I want to scroll down though to footer text. All right, so if we actually look at our page now, you'll see that there is powered by WordPress, and probably most of you probably want to remove that. So we're going to do just that. Okay, so just hide footer text 2 and click on save. And then what we could do is just refresh. Okay, so we got rid of the site logo and also the footer text 2, and everything's looking awesome. All right, so the next step now is I'm going to show you how to add in the products, because we don't have any content. If we actually click on the shop page, there are no products, so I can't really show you how to display the products, and also how to add the products to your pages and things like that. So we're going to do that right now. Okay, so below the video there is a link to my website, so hoganchua.com, modern e-commerce tutorial, and you can actually download the images to follow along with the video, or you may have your own images already. Okay, so let's just go back to our dashboard and hover over products, and we can click on add new, and to view your products you can click on all products. So we're just going to click on add new, and we're going to create our first product. Okay, so for the product name, so let's just say this one is a black dress over here, and over here is the description, right? So over here you want to put in your, I think, the long description. Okay, and then you've got the short description, right? So I'm just going to copy over some dummy text, right? So with your descriptions, you'll want to make sure that it is describing the benefits of the product and also the features of the product. But for this demo website, I'm just going to grab some text to put in. Okay, so I'm just going to put that in here for the short description. You do want to try and format this properly, right? So you do want to try and format it so it looks nice. And this is like a word editor, so you have to just use like bullet list or something like that, which looks okay. And then here is your long description, which actually appears on the bottom of the product. Okay, so once you've actually done that, then you can move down here and you want to set in your product category. So we want to add a new category, right? And what we want to do is, because this dress is a women's dress, then we want to set in the main category first, or the parent category. So maybe women's, and add new first. And then this one is a dress as well, so we want to try and categorize everything properly, so then later on when we sort of add the categories in, everything is nice. Okay, so you want to set this to appear as a child under the parent category of women's, right? So you want to select it like that and add new category. Okay, so what you're going to notice is that it's going to drop down from women's, right? So you want to scroll down here and you want to add some product tags. So this might be like the color of dress. It may be like the brand of dress. So this is used for the search function on your website. Okay, so add new, or the type of dress. Okay, so it might be like a party dress, or it might be like a work dress, or whatever it is. Okay, then you want to scroll down here to set the product image, right? So you want to upload files, select files. So you want to unzip the folder, and then inside they will have some images. So the file size that I'm uploading is about 800 by 800. So that I would say is the minimum size that you want to upload. Otherwise, it's not going to appear very high quality when they actually zoom in on the image. And you want to try and make sure that the background of that image is like either like a white background or like a neutral color background. You don't want to have, like, let's say for example, like a lot of, you want to set that product image in. You don't want to have like a lot of things going on the background, okay? Because if you do, like on the actual shop page, what you're going to notice is that it's going to look really, really messy, right? So you want to keep your main product image like either white background or gray background and have it consistent throughout. And then for the product gallery, you can have, you know, other sort of images that showcase the product in different environments, right? So you could have like this image here or whatever image that you may have. But for your main one, then you can actually just set in your neutral one, okay? So this one is going to be a simple product, and let's just put in a price. So let's just say $59, and you can also set in a sale price, and you can also schedule the sales to start or end, okay? Then we can click on the inventory. So here, if you have a unique identifier, like if you have a lot of products, then you can put that in. You can also manage it on a stock level. So what we could do is set like the stock quantity. So let's say you have 10 left, okay? And back orders is basically like, do you allow your customers to order even if you don't have any stock left? All right, so the low stock threshold is set to 2 by default. And this one, we're just gonna leave this unchecked. Shipping, okay, so the weight of the product. So let's just say the package weight is like maybe 1 kilo altogether. And the dimensions is maybe like the length is 30, width is 30, and maybe height is like, let's say 3 centimeters or something like that. And for the shipping class, I'll cover that later. So shipping classes is when you actually are selling like big items, then, you know, because you charge sort of different prices for big items than your small items, you want to set in specific shipping classes and the cost, okay? So for link products, I believe the upsell is when you actually is below the product, okay? So is like a related product, and for the cross sell, it is when people are in the cart and then the product will appear there, right? So if you are selling like dresses, you might sell like maybe something additional, like let's say like a bracelet or something. If you're selling electronics like a camera, you might sell like a battery or something like that, like accessories for the products. All right, so we don't have any products yet to put in here, so we're going to leave it as empty for now. So attributes is for variable products, which I'll cover in a second. Advanced tab, so you can leave a purchase note for when they actually you know, finish ordering. For the menu order, this is, for example, if we click onto the shop page, right, we're actually able to set in, you know, which order our products appear in, right? So this is number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, right? So you can actually set in the order. So you probably want to put in your best selling items on the top and things like that. So you can set that in, okay? And enable reviews, and then that is about it, okay? So here you could add in more gallery images, but I don't have any more gallery images yet. So you can check everything like that, and you can also edit the actual layout of that specific product as well, but I'll show you how to edit it for universally, okay? Because you don't really want to set one in for every single product, otherwise it's just going to take a lot of time, okay? So click on publish, okay? So we can actually view that product now. Okay, so that's looking not too bad. All right, so I'll show you how to change the display options later, and then finally at the near the end of the video, I'll show you how to actually customize like a custom product page. All right, so right now I'm just going to go through, you know, the variable products and also downloadable, and then also how to import products from a Chinese website onto your store so you can actually start selling. That's what I'm going to cover now, and then I'll show you the display options a little bit later on. All right, so to add in a new product, we hover over the top here and just click on product. I'm going to set in a variable product now, and this one might be just like a maybe winter jumper, okay? And then just paste in your long description, and then paste in my short description. So maybe I just want to make it look formatted nicely, just like that. Okay, and then put that into dot points. Okay, scroll back up here, and I'm gonna add in a new category. So this one might be the men's category, and we want to click on add new. All right, so this one might be under jumpers again. So this one is the child category, and I want it set it to be under men's, and add new. And then scroll down, you can put in like the type of jumper, so winter jumper, cotton jumper, and things like that. Okay, so for the product image, you can set in and select files, and this one's going to be the green one, okay, the green jumper. And then we'll set in that as our product image, and here we can set in the price, but what we're going to do is actually change it to variable product. Okay, so we want to change the prices for each of the items, so we want to set that in. And for the inventory, we are going to leave that unchecked. Shipping, we might do like 1 kilo again, oops, and maybe 30 by 30 by like 5. This one's a bit thicker, this jumper, so it's larger. Link products, we don't have much products yet, but you can actually search for, let's just say like black dress, okay, and it will appear, so then you can select it and it will appear sort of under the product. Okay, so we're gonna deselect that one. So here we can click on attributes, right, and we can create the custom product attribute, but generally I don't like to create it here. The problem with that is because when we actually set in our products filter, it's not going to appear on our product filter, the categories, right? So we want it to actually appear on our product filter, which is really, really important. So I'm going to just sort of just publish it right now, and that's going to just save my product first. And then what we want to do is we want to actually set in the sort of attributes universally. All right, so we want to click on the attributes on the left here. And our first attribute is going to be color. Okay, and for the slug, you can just name it color the same as well. And we can enable archives, scroll down and click on add attribute. All right, so the next one is going to be size. Okay, enable archives and add attribute. Alright, so now we need to configure the terms. So what colors do you have for your products? So you want to set that in. The first one is going to be green, and just put that as green. And then we could just click on add new color. And for the next product is going to be purple. Add new. And this one's going to be gray. And then add new. Right, so you can add in as many colors as you want depending on what colors you have for your items. Okay, so here we could just click on attributes again over here on the left, and then we need to set in the sizes. Right, so click on configure terms. So depending on how you sort of want to label it, I'm just going to label it as small. You can label it as numbers or just like S if you want to as well. I'm just going to call it small. Add new size. So if you're selling like electronics, it might be like, you know, 64 gigabytes or 128 gigabytes or things like that. All right, so this one's going to be medium. Add new, and last one's going to be large. Okay, so once we've actually set those in, then we can go back to all products, and we can go back to the winter jumper, click on edit, and scroll down a little bit, and then we can click on the variations, the attributes, sorry, and what we need to do is add the attributes, so add that in first. Okay, and we can just click on select all. Okay, so you're going to select all that we created, and you can also add in some new ones as well if you need to. Click on use for variations and save. And then we also want to add in the size attribute, and I'm going to select, you can select individually or select all, use for variations, and then click on save. Click on variations and select here and create all variations from attributes. Click on go, click on OK. So that's going to create a variations of the colors and also the sizes for each of them. Okay, so what you're going to notice is that you'll have a large one for the green, a medium for the green, and small for the green, and each of the other ones just like that. Okay, so if you want to remove it, then you can click on remove over here, and to edit it, just click over here, and we can set in a custom image for each of the products. So let's just click on upload files, select files, and I'm just going to upload the rest of the colors here. So that's uploaded onto our media library. I'm going to select the green one, click on set variation, and here you can set a variable price for the large one. So let's just say this one is like $59. Okay, and then you can scroll down. You can leave everything as default because they are pretty much the same product, right? Unless you want to edit the custom ones as well. So select down again. Okay, so I'm going to select the green jumper again, and let's just say the price is different. Then you can do 49, and I'm going to just quickly set this in. Okay, so this one is going to be 39. Okay, set in the gray one as well. So I'm quickly gonna set this in. So just put this in yourself as well and set in your prices. Okay, once you're done, then we can just save the changes over here and then click on update, and then we can view our product. Okay, so if we scroll down over here, then we can choose the color. So for example, gray, then it should actually change to the gray option, just like that, and the purple one like that. All right, so if we actually, the visitor or your customer actually reaches your website, then by default no option will be selected. Okay, so if we click on edit the product, then we can put in a default selection, maybe perhaps the most popular selection or something like that. So we can scroll down to the, I think, the variations. Right, so the default form values, so this one can be like default. Let's say the most popular one is green, the medium one, and we click on update. So now if we view the product, then by default the green medium size should be selected. Okay, and that's about it. Okay, so the next one I want to quickly show you is a downloadable or a virtual product. So we're going to add in a new product. Right, so this one can be like an ebook, or it could be like a PDF thing, or like music, or maybe even services if you want to. So this one I'm going to set in just like Vietnam, let's just say travel guide, and then this one is just a PDF. Okay, and then I'm going to put in a description here, put in a short description as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is just add a new category again. So this one's could be ebook, add new, and for the product tags, so Vietnam travel guide, add that in, set in a product image, so upload files, select files, and we're going to select the ebook image, click on open, and then we can set that in. Alright, so what we need to do is we can also set in a variable virtual and downloadable product as well if you need to, but this one is just a simple one. It doesn't have any variations, so it's a virtual product, so we don't actually ship it. Downloadable. Alright, so let's just say this is a $19 ebook, so you can put that in. So what you'll need to do is set in the actual file for people to download. So add file, and we can choose the file. So upload files, select files, and let's just say this one's a PDF. So I created a PDF, right? So we're going to upload this one over here. Click on open, and we're going to insert file URL. So you can put in a file name. So Vietnam travel guide. Okay, and if you want to add in more files, then you can click on add file as well. So I'm just going to select that one here. Download limit, just going to leave it as defaults, and the expiry date, leave that as default. Inventory, this one's unlimited because it's a virtual product, and I think that is pretty much it. Okay, so once that is done, then we can just click on publish, and we can view that product. Okay, so awesome. So people can add that to cart, and once they purchase, they can actually download that ebook onto their computer, right? So once people actually add that to cart, normally it won't actually ask for the shipping details. So if you add that to cart, then if we, let's say we view the cart, okay, so that's how it will look. Proceed to checkout. Okay, and if we scroll down over here, okay, so you'll see that the address and stuff is optional, okay, because it's a product which doesn't need to be shipped. Okay, so that is it. So the next thing that I want to show you is how to import products onto your store, so you can actually start selling right away and start testing your products to see, you know, what actually sells. Then you can invest your money into importing your own private label products. Alright, so basically I'm going to explain a little bit about importing products onto your store. So this is basically a process called dropshipping, and this is only for people who don't have any products yet, right? If you have your own products and you're ready to start selling, then you can skip this part. But if you don't have any products yet, then it may be worthwhile to listen to this part so that you can maybe get started with e-commerce, right? So traditionally, when you're starting an e-commerce company, this is your website, and you will actually order from a supplier, for example Alibaba.com, which is a really popular website for Chinese manufacturers to list their products, and then you can go there and contact the suppliers or manufacturers to create your own product with your own packaging and, you know, marketing materials, user guides, and everything like that. Then that process is going to take at least, you know, 90 days to about 180 days, which is like 3 to 6 months, right? Because there's a lot of back and forth from getting your samples to reiterating the designs and basically producing the products, and then for them to actually ship the products to you into your warehouse or to your home. That's going to take 3 to 6 months, right? So that's going to take a while, and the investment would be at least, you know, $5,000 US dollars, probably depending on what you you know, order and things like that, the price that you actually pay per item. But generally, I think that's a good amount to start off with, right? So then once you actually have the product, then shipping to your customer is going to take anywhere between 2 to 7 days, and that's very, very quick, right? But the investment is quite large, right? But with drop shipping, what happens is basically we'll actually import the products from a website called AliExpress, right? For example, this website over here, this AliExpress website is selling basically like a dog bed thing, right? It's $14.29, right? And the same product pretty much is listed on Amazon for about $34, right? So there's a margin of about $20 there. So if you actually spend, you know, $10 in advertising to actually sell that product, then you have a profit of around $10. Okay, so obviously you're not going to get like $10 exactly profit, because you still got to pay for, like, you know, fees and like management things, like for your website and things like that. So with dropshipping, a lot of people say that you can make a ton of money with dropshipping, but I personally think it is just sort of a way for you to actually get started and get your feet wet with like e-commerce, rather than, you know, you making a huge profit. Because personally, I don't think it's the best long-term thing to do. But it's a great way for beginners to get started, because the investment to get started is $0. Like, you don't have to pay anything, or you could pay, you know, like $100, because you do probably want to still get samples from the supplier. So you want to make sure that you're selling a great product, but also you can use that product to actually create your own custom images and also custom product videos, because everyone's drop shipping, right? You want to make something that's different, and you don't want to make it seem like you're drop shipping. So if you're using the same content as everyone else, then it's not good, right? So you probably do want to spend a little bit of money to actually get that product for yourself, to test it, so that you have confidence to actually, you know, sell the product, right? So once you actually import the product onto your store, that only takes like a few minutes. Then you can start promoting the store to your customer, right? So once the customer actually purchases that product, right, on your store, so let's just say this is your store, and your customer purchases that product for $34, then you would go to this website here and then input your customer's address and shipping details, and then that supplier will ship directly to your customer, and that's going to take anywhere between 10 to 21 days if you are shipping to an e-packet country, right? So for a lot of other countries, it may be like 30 days or more, so 30 days to 60 days to actually ship that product to your customer. So that's a long time, And yeah, so that's a big disadvantage with dropshipping. But for beginners to get started with e-commerce, this is probably one of the best ways to get started, because you're learning about e-commerce, you're learning about creating ads, you're learning about creating your own website, learning about marketing, and yeah, right? So the products are significantly cheaper on AliExpress, and basically what I'm going to show you now is how to actually import these products onto your store. So to import the products from AliExpress directly onto your WooCommerce store, you'll need the Ali Dropship plugin. So this is the most popular dropshipping plugin for WooCommerce, and what it'll essentially do is it will take all the information from the AliExpress website and import it directly into your products, right? So all the variations will be set in, the inventory will be set in, the prices will be set in, and it'll also collect the product URL as well. So if you click on the product URL, you'll see that it imported all the data from here onto our store and onto our products, right? So this is our product page over here, and it's also imported the images as well. So if you were to do that manually, it'll take you a few hours, but with this plugin, it will automatically do it for you. So you can do it within a few minutes, and you can also semi-automate the ordering process, right? Because it collects all the data here. So it'll take all the customers' data, and then it will log into your AliExpress website here, your account, and place the order with the supplier, right? So once that order has been placed, then the supplier will ship the product to your customer, and then that's it. Okay, so to get the Ali Dropship plugin, you can click the link down below, or you can just go to hoganchua.com/Ali Dropship and hit on enter. Okay, so that should take you to the WooCommerce dropshipping plugin, and you want to click on buy now, and then you want to put in your email address. So make sure this one's the correct one, because you're going to get the download link and also the license information sent to this email. And then you need to put in your credit card details, and for the coupon code you can use Hogan, so HOGAN, and click on apply, and that should give you a 10% discount on your order. Right, so once you have put that detail in, then you can click on complete order, and then you should get an email that looks something like this, right? So thank you for purchasing, and what you'll need to do is download the Woo plugin. Okay, so this is compatible with WooCommerce, right? And you should also get the license key as well. Okay, so download that to your computer, and then the next thing that you want to do is you also want to download the Ali Dropship Chrome extension. So you can just simply Google Ali Dropship Chrome extension, right? And then you can click on the first result, and it should be the one which is by the alidropship.com, right over here, and it has over 50,000 users. So I've already got it installed, but you can add it to your Chrome. Okay, then once you've done that, you want to go to your WordPress website, and you want to click on plugins, and then you want to click on add new. And then you want to click on upload plugin, choose file. All right, so choose the file, so Ali DS, which is dropship, Woo, and then click on open, and make sure to upload the zip file. Okay, so if it compresses into a folder, then compress it back into a zip file before you install it. Click on install, and that should take a few moments. So sometimes once you've actually installed and activated it, it may give you a notification saying that your PHP version of your WordPress website is not compatible. All right, so what you'll basically need to do is you'll also be provided with a link, and that will take you to alidropship.com/updates-plugin, and you want to select the Ali Dropship Woo, and you want to select the PHP version, right? So sometimes if you've followed like another video or something, you have another host, sometimes the PHP version may be a little bit lower. So if it's lower than 7.1, then what you need to do is you need to either contact your host and ask them to upgrade your PHP version to 7.1 or 7.2. Okay, then you'll be able to use the plugin without any concerns. So once you've actually done that, then as you can see it's activated, then it should show up on the top here. Okay, so the top left, and then you can click onto that, right? So once you click onto that, it gives you its own menu. So if you click like that, then it gives you the default one. Click into it, and then you can click on license key. Alright, so here is where you need to put in your license key, which you get from your email. Okay, so I'm going to grab mine and paste mine in. So just paste that in and activate it. Alright, so that's been activated. Then what else you need to do is you need to connect the Chrome extension with your website so you're able to import the products easily. So click on this. Okay, so the Chrome extension, the icon, which is like a little cart thing with like wings on it, right? And then you can put in your URL here, right? And you want to add it, and then you want to log in. Alright, so that is going to authorize. Okay, so it's going to connect your website with the Chrome extension. So click on authorize, and that should be done. Alright, so when you click over here, then it should show the green color. Right, so that's authorized, and now you can import products. So if we go over here, click on imports to import the product. And then we want to click on the direct import from AliExpress. Okay, so on the top, it should show the plugin thing, okay, to start importing your products into your store. You should see that. Okay, so here you can start browsing your products. So let's just say I want to look for AirPods, right? So I'm going to search for AirPods. And in this video, I'm not going to go too in depth of like product research or anything like that. I might make another video which covers a little bit more about dropshipping. So I just really want to show you how to import the products and how to use the plugin, and so that way you can actually get started. Right, so generally when I'm looking for products, you want to make sure that you filter it by ePacket. You can also set the country over here as well. And once you've actually done that, okay, then we can click on orders. So that basically helps you sort by the number of orders, right? So as you can see, over 5,000 sold, 2,000 sold. So you can look through and see the ratings and everything to check if you have, are ordering from a reliable supplier, okay, before you import the products on. And generally what I like to do is, if you want to keep your website like very, very simple, then you want to try and find products which have a really nice and white background, right? Rather than having like a background like this, because then, your shop page is going to look kind of messy. Okay, so you want to click into the products and you want to see, the images they use, right? So I might just, okay, let's just click onto this one over here. All right, so this one's not too bad, 4.8. All right, and yeah, it looks not too bad. It's got some nice, crisp, high quality images which we can use. Okay, not too bad. Okay, so what we want to do now is, instead of clicking on import directly, we can click on edit, and that's going to download everything. So you can actually edit the title and some of the basic things before you actually import it. So it might be a little bit easier for you later on. So we can actually change the title. So I'm just going to change it to wireless TWS Bluetooth 5.0 headset, or maybe earphones, something like this. Okay, and you can also change the permalink. So this one's a little bit too long, so I'm just going to do wireless TWS Bluetooth 5.0. Okay, like that, and then click on tick. Right, so the category hasn't been created yet, so you can click on add new category. So this one might be electronics. All right, click on add, and then we can scroll down over here. Right, so this is the description from the AliExpress. So most of the time you don't want a lot of the information here. So what you generally want to do is you want to take this information here and try to really format it properly, right? You want to make sure that sometimes the spelling is not correct, the design isn't very good. You want to take this information and use it on your website, right? But you want to sort of display it really, really nicely. Like if you go to like Apple's website, everything looks very, very nice. Like all this information is on the website, but it's not just shown like in a list like this, right? It's shown with like images, with the numbers pointing to the graphics and everything like that, and it looks really good, right? But for now, I just want to show you how to import everything. Right, so we're going to scroll down here, and obviously you don't want to import like the company's information here, because otherwise that's going to be weird, right? So let's just quickly just delete some of that information here. Okay, and here what you can actually do is click on the image, and you can edit the image. Right, so click onto that, and a lot of the times they will have a logo on the left or the right. And what you can actually do is you can click on and select the color. So this one's white already, so you can just erase the logo, right? Otherwise it might have their brand on there. Okay, so you can just click on save for that. And sometimes you might not want to show some of the images because it just doesn't look great, or you want to sort of edit it for your own thing as well. Okay, so you want to make sure that you clear that at least. And then if they have a white image, you want to make sure you put that as the featured image, right? Because then that's going to look a lot better on your shop page. And let's just keep that for now. And here you can set in the pricing. So right now it's using the pricing formula. Okay, apply to all variations. So let's just put in 59. Let's put in 59 like that. And then here you can delete some of these things. Okay, so just go through these and delete them. Okay, the ones that we don't need. And then what we could do is just click on add to import list. So because your website's connected with the Chrome extension and also the plugin and your website, it's going to import onto your WordPress website directly. Okay, so what we could do is we can go back to our website over here, and then we could go to the dashboard area. Okay, so click back, and then you want to go to your products. Okay, so as you can see, it's imported onto here, right? And we can click into it, and then we have our product. Okay, so over here, what's really good is if you click on the supplier. Okay, we click on the supplier. Wait, if I can actually get to it, sorry. Let's scroll down again. Click on the supplier. It will actually download the supplier's information and the product URL and everything like that. So that way it basically will update the information, right? So how much inventory is left and the prices and things like that. And I'll also show you how to import the reviews, right? So if you click on reviews over here, then you can actually import the reviews, right? So we want to set a minimum rating of maybe, let's just say 4 stars, and maybe let's up to 40, translate into English. And then we also want import reviews images only, and we want to import now. Okay, so reviews are quite important for social proof, especially if you are just starting. So these are actually not too bad, so you can actually use them for your website. I imported one review because on the actual page there is only one review with a image. Okay, so we want to go back over here, and what we can do is add some product tags in here and do some final checks before you publish, right? So let's just say we finished that, we publish that onto our website. Okay, then we can click on view product. All right, so this is what the product will actually look like. And what I recommend is obviously adding some short description over here with the benefits and things like that. So the additional information will be uploaded down here, right? And the information will be uploaded as well here. And the review will actually show over here with the actual image, right? So that's really, really good. So if we go to our shop page, then you can see the product over here. Okay. Alright, so once I've actually set in the payment gateways a little bit later on in the tutorial, then I'll show you how the transaction will work if the customer buys your earpods, and how to use the Ali Dropship plugin to automate the ordering process. Alright, so I'll show you the full sort of fulfillment process a little bit later on. What I'm going to do now is add in a few more products, and then I'll show you how to display your products and how to add in like a product filter if you have dozens of products with different categories. So to change the display settings for your shop page and also your single product pages, what we need to do is go back to our dashboard section and then hover over Themify Shop, and then you can click on the Themify settings and then click on shop settings. Okay, so what I like to do again is to open the shop page in a new tab. Okay, so we're going to click on product archive. Okay, so the product archive is essentially the shop page, right? So we can set the shop page sidebar. If you want a sidebar on the left, then you can select one on the left. And the sticky sidebar is useful when, let's just say, your customer is actually scrolling through your products, then the sidebar will actually stick there and stay there, right? So that makes it easy for them to select the product filter categories and things like that. So I recommend that. And then for the product archive sidebar, you also want to set it to the same one as well and enable sticky. Okay, so for the product layout, that's up to you. So normally I either go for grid 4 or grid 3. So grid 3 will actually just show 3 products in a row. Okay, so if you refresh that, then it should show only 3, just like that. So that's up to you. Let's just stick with maybe the grid 4 and click on save. Okay, so for the product content style, we can leave it as default, or you can change the styles, right? So you can test each of these styles individually. So for example, if you want, let's say, a box style, click on save and then just refresh the page. Okay, so it'll be something like that. All right, so I'm just going to leave it as default because I think that's pretty good already. For the product gutter, just leave that as is. For the product hover gallery, essentially when you hover over the products, then you'll be able to see the slider. Okay, so if you want to disable that, that will make your website a little bit faster. Then we can disable it. Okay, so you can also change the number of products to display per page, and also you can hide the product's title as well, hide the price. So these two, just leave it as default. What I recommend is probably hiding the add to cart button. Okay, so that, just makes things look nicer in my opinion. So for example, if we look at this page over here, okay, so it doesn't have the add to cart, and it just looks a lot nicer. And you'll also probably notice that a lot of other websites don't have the add to cart as well. Okay, so we're going to hide that. And so you can go through each of these things, like you can hide the product count, the sorting select. So for example, this is the product count and the sorting select, so you can hide those things. This is the breadcrumb. Okay, so you can go through each of these settings. So for me, I probably just do hide the quick look and hide the rating, hide the share as well, and then I click on save. Okay, so let's refresh that page. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. Okay, so this is the wish list, right? So if you want to disable that, I'll show you in just a few moments. So single product page, you can also change how the single product page looks like. So by default, I want it to be no sidebar. So let's just say we click into, let's say this one over here. Okay, so you don't want a sidebar on the left. All right, so I do want to hide the SKU. Okay, and this thing, I'll show you how to actually disable this one. Okay, so if you don't want to show that, and you can also hide the share buttons and things like that. So let's go over here, and I'm gonna hide the let's see, for the single product, I want to hide the SKU, and I want to hide the product tags. Maybe I want to hide the share button, and you can also choose not to display the related products, which will appear below your product. Okay, so below the product there will be some related products, right? So you can choose not to display that if you want to. Okay, so that's all good. All right, for the wish list setting, then if you want to disable it, then you can click on disable. If you want to enable it, then you can set it to your wish list page. All right, so if you don't have that page yet, then what I recommend you do is to create and add a new page called wish list and set that in. Okay, so maybe I'll just leave it. Okay, so for the Ajax cart, just leave that as default. Spark animation, so okay, so if we select a product and add that to cart, that's the spark animation. So generally I don't really want to show that. It just slows down the website. For the shop sidebar, you can also disable it if you want to, and then just click on save. All right, so if we refresh the page, then it should update. Okay, just like that. Okay, so a little bit later on, I'll show you how to fully customize your product page and also your shop pages. Okay, so just click on the shop page and see if you just like that or not. Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is the product filters. So what we need to do for the product filter, I'm going to go to the plugins, and you want to make sure you have the Themify product filter plugin installed and also activated, right? So if we scroll down over here, let's just see if we have that right here. Okay, so we don't have that currently installed. So what we could do is just go to add new, and then we're going to search for Themify products filter. Okay, click on install now and then activate. Okay, so to create a new filter, then on the left here you should see product filters. Just click on product filters. Okay, so let's click on add new, and then for the form title, so we can just label it and name it shop page, right? So it's the shop page product filter, and here I probably want to select to not display the out of stock products, and then scroll down here. You can leave those as default, and then the next thing we want to do is we want to put in the product title. Okay, so this is the search function, right? So people can actually search that, and we're going to put a title in. So this one's just going to be search, and then the next one I want to put in is the pricing filter, right? So you can change it to a slider or a range display. We'll just leave it as default, and then we'll do a category one like that. Okay, so I normally display it as a radio. Okay, so radio, like a check thing. Okay, just like that, and you can change it to whatever you need as well. You can also hide or display certain categories. All right, so here you need to put in the category number, which I'll show you in a second. All right, so once you've done that, then essentially you can have these ones as well. I'm just going to put in the color one, so I want to show you how that sort of works. Okay, so let's just drop in the color. So the field title, we could just do color, and then I want to display color as icons. Okay, so here, as you can see, the color icons, we've got green, gray, and purple. So these are the different attributes that we've set in previously. So for the background color, let's just say we put a green, and then the gray one, something like that. And for the purple one, we want to get a purple color, maybe like that. Okay, then we could just click on save and just test it first to see what it looks like, and then we could customize it further. Okay, so we just close that for now, and then the shortcode should actually pop up. Okay, so we just need to copy that shortcode, right? So to get the categories, the category ID, then when you actually hover over the products, okay, you can click on the categories here, and normally each category will be assigned a category number. Okay, so let's just click on electronics, and over here you can get the category number. So category ID is 38. All right, so it shows on the top here. Okay, product cat and tag ID equals 38. So that's how you get that. Okay, so I'm just going to close it, and then to set in the shop page filter, we need to go to the appearance and click on widgets, and then what we need to do is click on the shop sidebar. Okay, so as you can see, it shows these ones at the moment. We want to just remove all of them. Okay, and remove that, and then we could drop in a text widget. Okay, so drop in a text widget, scroll back up and drop it into there, and paste that shortcode in here and click on save. Okay, make sure you delete that one. Okay, and then click on done. Right, so once that is set in, then we could just go to our shop page, and it should display our product filter on the left hand side. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. All right, so we want to change the display options here a little bit. Okay, so I don't want to display it like that. I want it into like a circle thing. And here you can also remove the number of products in each category as well if you want to. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go back to our dashboard section, and then go to the product filters, click on edit, and then let's go to category, and I might want to hide the product count. And for the colors, let's just see, we want to display it as a radio, I think. Okay, and then for the text color, hide original color labels. Let's click on save, and then we can close it, and hopefully that's all good. Okay, so we've still got the product count for that one, so I want to remove the product count for the colors as well. Okay, so that's pretty good, right? So you can further customize however you want to display it and test all these different settings over here, and then that way you can get your own customized product filter, right? So if we just drag the product filter down, then the page will refresh with the products. Okay, so we can click on, let's say, the ebook, and then your ebook will show up, right? If we click back on all, and then we can actually select the colors. So as you can see, the green jumper will actually show up. If you actually click on the gray one, it'll actually show up as well, because that one has the variations, and we have the green, the gray, and also the purple in there as well. Okay, so that is pretty much it. Now the next thing I want to show you is how to build out your homepage and how to display your products on your homepage, and also link it to categories and also directly to your products and things like that. What we're going to do now is to create the hero section, right? So with a hero image and with some text and a call to action. All right, so the first thing that we need to do is we can either turn on the builder on the top or on the bottom left here. So just click on that. Okay, so once that loads, when you hover over it, then you'll see the purple, and you'll also see a orange, which is inside. Okay, so the purple is the row, so it goes from left to right, and the orange is actually the columns, right? So you can set the amount of columns that you want. So for this hero section, we don't need any columns, right? So if we were to create the section, let's say down here, then we may need 3 columns. All right, so if we go back here, then we can hover over here, and then we can click on styling, click on background, and for the background type, I'm just going to use image. Okay, and background image, we're going to upload a image, so upload files, select files, and the modern images, I'm going to upload the hero home. So the image that you upload here is really important, so you want to make sure that it is not too small but also not too big, right? So the image that I uploaded is about 1,800 in width by about 1,000 in height. Okay, so you want to aim for something around 500 kilobytes, and basically anything, you know, too much over, for example, like 1 megabyte, then that's probably too big because it's going to take a long time to load. So ideally you want to keep it between below, let's say 500. This one is a little bit high because I'm making a tutorial, so I want it to appear a little bit more higher quality. Then we want to click on insert file URL. And for the background mode, you want to select full cover. You can also choose parallax scrolling, but it's not as mobile responsive. Okay, so we're just going to click on full cover. And as you can see, the image is not stretched, right? So you can't see the person there. So what you can actually do is you can either hover over the row, and as you can see, there's like a little highlight there of purple. You can click it and just drag it down. All right, so that adds the padding, which is spacing. Okay, so now we can actually see the girl, right? So 200 padding on the top, and if you hover down here, then you can expand the bottom as well to, let's just say 200 as well. So drag it down to about 200. Okay, so we don't need to drag it down any further because we're going to put some text in the middle, and that's going to stretch it even more, right? So once you've done that, you can also go to the padding here, and you can set the padding in here manually as well. Okay, we can click on done, and in the middle here, what we're going to do is we're going to drop a text module. Okay, so just drop a text module into there, and the text that we're going to put in is I'm going to do multi-purpose e-commerce store. So I'm just going to copy over that text, So yours might be like a sale. For example, if you go to Gymshark, you know, they have a the text here, and then they link it to this product or the category, right? So it depends on how you want to sort of link everything up. So I'm just going to put in some text. So I'm going to paste and match style, and I want to select it, and I want to set it to heading 1. Okay, so generally for each page, you only want to have one heading, one font. Okay, so this is for search engine optimization purposes. You don't want to have more than one heading 1 per page, right? Because it's going to confuse Google, and then your rankings will, you know, suffer. So what we're going to do is set that in first. And what you can do is you can go to the styling. All right, so each single module has a styling tab, and you can go to font, and you can actually style and change the colors and things like that. All right, and you can also click over here, and you can click on the heading. Okay, and because this is heading 1, we can click on heading 1, and we can change the font, right? So let's just change it to the Arial, right? So I'll talk a little bit more about fonts a little bit later on, but it's really important that you choose the right font for your website, because the fonts can really change the style of your website, right? So if we change it to, let's just say something like that, like the whole vibe changes, right? So I'll go through the fonts and colors a little bit later on. So let's just choose that for now. Okay, and what we could do is you can also bold it and however you want. I'm going to change the font size to maybe, let's say 80. Okay, and what we want to do is we want to click on done. Alright, so if we want to add another text module below that, then what you can do is you can either duplicate it, right? So you can duplicate everything, or you can just drag in another one, right? So double click, and then I'm going to add in the text. So a sub headline, just copy that, and then I can just paste that in like that, right? So I'm going to change the size of this to just a little bit bigger. It's a little bit too small. So as you can see, if you actually duplicate it, it will copy over the styling as well, right? So I might try 18. Let's just boost it up to say 20. That looks okay. And then click on save. Right, so the next thing we want to do is add a button. So let's just add a button. So where is he? Over here. Just drag down there. And for the button module, you can set the size. Okay, I was going to keep it as default. You can also change the shape. So what I recommend is if you actually choose a shape, then keep the shapes consistent throughout your website. All right, so if you choose circle, then make sure all the buttons that you use for your website is circle as well. Sometimes there can be an exception, but most of the time, don't try to, you know, style like everything differently, right? Keep things consistent on your website. So here you can change the outline or a transparent one. I'm just going to keep it as solid for now. And for the button text, so let's just say we're going to do shop now. And the link, right? So we're going to link this to our shop page. So to do that, we can right click, and we can copy link address, and that's going to copy the link to our shop page, right? So you can link it to your specific product, or basically a page or a category. I'll show you how to link it to your categories a little bit later on. So this is linking just to the shop page, and you can also change the color here, but generally I like to go to the styling tab and click on button link, click on the background, and here we can change the background manually. So that's what I like to do personally. You can change it to black here, and then you can change the link color of the text to white, just like that. Okay, so when we actually hover over the button, then we want to set a color, right? Because let's just say if you hover over the Gymshark one, this one highlights a little bit lighter gray on that text. Let's just go to Nike. Okay, let's just close that one. Okay, so that one makes it a little bit more transparent. So whenever people hover over it, then they want to know that that is a clickable button. So what I'm going to do is just change it to a white. Okay, so I'm going to, for the hover background, I'm just going to change it to a white one. Okay, and for the link color, I'm going to change it to a black. Right, so I'm going to keep everything very, very neutral. Okay, and then what I want to do is for the general, click on the general one, click on font, and for the letter spacing, I want to change it to 1, or maybe let's just change it to, let's say 2. Okay, that adds a little bit of modern feel to it, so it spaces the letters out a little bit. So if you want a more modern feel, that's a great way to do it. And if you want to showcase an icon on that button as well, click on button, and then you can click on icon. And here we can do a arrow, just like that, and you can change the alignment to right. Okay, so that looks pretty good now. And we can click on save. And we can close that. Okay, so what you can notice is that this image over here, it doesn't stretch all the way to the left or right. And on the top, there's spacing on the top as well. So if you want something like that, then that's completely fine. And that is what Nike actually has, like very, very similar layout. But if you want to go all the way across from left to right and don't have any spacing on the top, then what we need to do is we need to remove that. So we can click on edit page, and we're going to scroll down, okay, to themify custom panel. And here we want to select the content width, okay, so the content width to full width. Click on update, and then you can click on the home, and then you can click on the link, and that's going to take you to your home page. I'm just going to close that for a second, and that's going to stretch all the way across like that, right? So if we click on the turn on builder again, so sometimes let's just say you want to move the text to the other side, so you want to align it to the other side. So you can actually just click on the row styling, click on font, and you can align it to the middle. Okay, so everything within that row is going to align into the middle like that, or you can align it to the right. Okay, so depending on where the subject is, so for example, if the girl is on the left, then you might align it to the right, the text, right? So for me, I'm just going to align it to the left like that. And what you can do is you can actually add padding on the side as well, right? So you can move it in like that, okay, just in case you need to. Like for example, sometimes you may need to do it, okay? So you can do that, okay? I'm just going to put it back to 0, click on save. And if we click on the text here, we can click on styling, and we can click on filters. And for the blend mode, we can change it to, I believe it was the overlay. Okay, so the overlay is going to give that nice effect. So that looks pretty cool. I might actually do that for this image. And we can click on done, right? So if you want to add text on the top, you can. Let's just say we just do that, put it onto the top. And what I like to do is I want to change this one to styling, click on font, and I want to change it to uppercase, right? And then I want to reduce the size a little bit to, let's just say 14, something like that. That makes it a little bit better. And then we can change the text. So it could be like, 50% off store wide. Okay, click on done. So you want to make sure that your text and your headings have a nice hierarchy to them, right? You don't want to sort of just have the text which has the same size and the same font weight. You want to vary it so people know what to focus on. So let's just say if we go to Apple, right? So here's the heading, here's the subheading, and here's the button. Like everything's very, very nice. So the same thing over here, right? So you got the heading, then you got a subheading, right? So this one is a little bit lighter gray, so you can see that the hierarchy is very nice. So they lightened it a little bit because this information isn't as important. This is what they want you to focus on, second thing, and the third thing, right? So here, going back to our website, this is what we want them to focus on, and then here, and then this one is like the last thing that you want people to focus on, right? So we can also we could probably change that to a, let's say, overlay. I think that looks a little bit better. Okay, so however you want to display it, and then we can click on close, and then you got a nice hero image, right? So for the next section, I'm going to show you how to do your featured products. So if we actually look on, let's say, most of these e-commerce websites homepages, you'll see that they either link to a product, or maybe they link to a specific category. For this one, they might link to new releases for men, okay, and the products again, and then this one links to another page. This one links to the men's page and the women's page, right? So they either link to a product or a shop page or a category page, right? So what I'm going to show you is how to link to your featured products. All right, so sometimes you might have like some kind of new releases, or maybe you have some kind of best-selling item, right? So what we could do is just turn on the builder first, and you want to make sure you have the builder WooCommerce plugin installed and activated, and then it'll give you the add-ons tab, and then you can drop in the WooCommerce tab. So just drop that into a new row. So I forgot to add a row, so we're going to add in a new row just like that, and then we can put in the WooCommerce module. Alright, so here we can choose by featured products. So I'm going to show you how to set in, which products you want to be featured, right? So this is going to happen on the back end. So I'm going to quickly show that to you right now. So change the settings, click on done first, save it, and then close it. Right, so by default, it's just going to show, any product, right? 6 random products. So I'm going to show you how to set it in so it's featured products. So let's go back to our dashboard area. And then we want to go to our products, scroll down on the left, click on all products. Okay, so you may have, let's say, 3 top selling products or 3 new releases. So let's say we've got this one here, Top Pilot Classic. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to click on the star. So let's just click on this, and that's going to make it the featured product, right? So I'm going to choose 2 more. So let's just say maybe this one here, and then scroll down, maybe this pink one here. Okay, so I've selected 3 featured products, so you can select 4 or however many you want. Once you've done that, you can go back to visit site, to your homepage, and then we can turn on the builder again. So we can click into that module, and here we can select the featured products. So that way it's only going to select the featured products, right? So if you actually look at the products here, and you'll see the product image, you'll see that, this image, these 2 are good, but this one, it's different, like differently aligned, right? So when you're uploading your product images, you want to make sure that they do have similar backgrounds, but also you want to make sure that, like, let's say if you were taking an image, they're in the same position. So you want to make sure that, they are in the same position, because if they're not, then they're going to look like this, right? So because we uploaded this one from AliExpress, then sometimes it may be a little bit different. So what you need to do is go back, and you need to edit it on Photoshop to make sure that they're aligned the same, right? So I'm just going to click on save for this, and let's click onto that, and here we can change how to display it. So I'm going to limit to let's say 3, so 3 images, and you can also change it to slider. Okay, so if you want something like Amazon, where they have, the best sellers, they have a slider here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 products. Then you can select the slider option, right? And you can change the content layout. So by default, that looks pretty good already. Most of the time, I'm just going to leave it as default. This one, the product hover gallery, if you want to speed up your website, you'll disable it. Let's just say product title, we'll leave that one. The price, we will leave that. The add to cart, I might just hide that one. Rating, I might hide that as well. And you can change the display settings and go through each of the settings yourself, right, to figure out which one you want. I'm going to show you how to change the font. So you can go to styling here and click on here, and then here you can change the font for the title, the price, the add to cart button, and things like that, right? So I'm just going to leave everything as default for now, and then we'll do everything a little bit later on. So we're going to change the font universally, and that way you don't have to keep on changing the font individually for each and every one, because that's going to make things hard for you and hard to manage. So we're going to click on save, and what we're going to do is maybe add a heading. So add a text module, just drag it, and oh, where did the thing go? Okay, there it is. Let's just click on that text module, and let's just drop in maybe like best sellers. Okay, so here we want to highlight that and set it to heading 2. Okay, we might bold that, and we can click on styling, font, align it into the center. Okay, so what we could do is add a little bit of spacing on the top. So maybe let's say 50, like that. And click on save. And then we can close that. Right, so that's not too bad. You could be like, new releases, or best-selling products, or maybe like a category name, however you want to display it. All right, so the next section I want to show you how to create is this video section with this overlay of background color. Okay, so I think this is really nice to showcase maybe like, let's say, different categories, for example women's and men's. Okay, so if you have a video, then you can put in a video, which is really cool. But if you don't, then you can just put in an image. All right, so what we're going to do is go back here and click on turn on builder again. Okay, so we're going to add in a new row, and for this one we're going to do 2 columns. All right, so for example, we've got 1 column on the left and 1 column on the right. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I'm going to go find the videos first. Okay, so we're going to click on styling again and click on background. So instead of the background type to be an image, we want to select a video and click over here. And then what I recommend is, if you have a video, then to upload it onto YouTube first, right? Because it's going to load on YouTube servers, and that's going to be a lot quicker than uploading it from your own hosting. Right, so just paste in the video URL and disable audio. That's what I recommend, because sometimes people might have like several tabs open and they don't really like the music popping up. So here, normally for the video background, it just works well on desktop. So for mobile, you want to set up a backup image. What you want to do is, for the background image, you can click over here, upload files, select files. So for this one here, I'm just going to put in this one here, women's shoes video backup. And that means on mobile devices is going to change to this image here, right? So let's click on insert file URL, and that's all good. And what we're going to do is, I'm going to click on the column styling. Okay, so click on column styling, the orange one, and we can click on the background, and we can set in a background color. So you can set it in pink, like that, and we can drag the opacity and bring it down to about 50%. Okay, and as you can see, it's not stretching all the way to the left and the right. What I'm going to do is just add some padding to the column. Okay, so click on the padding here. Okay, deselect all. And for the top, I might do like 15. Let's try 15. Oops, 15% maybe. Something like that. And then for the bottom, 15% as well. Okay, and then that's all good. Alright, so we're going to put a text module in the middle. So whichever category that you want to link them to, you want to put that relevant heading there. So let's just say you want to link it to a women's category. For this one, I might set in a heading 2, and then we could maybe, I don't think we need to bold that. Click on styling, font, and align it to the middle. Change the color to white so it's more visible. Okay, so that's all good. And then we could add a button, right? So what I'd like to do is, with the buttons, I like to just duplicate it so that remains the same style. Okay, so we don't have to change the styling again and again. So we can actually zoom out of the screen over here on the top left, right? So we can just easily drag the button module down and put it under women's. And what I want to do is, I want to align that button as well into the middle. You can do that as well. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. What I want to do is hover over here. Let's zoom back in. Hover over here again. And then we want to change the gutter spacing to none. Okay, and row options, I want to do full width. Okay, so it doesn't have any spacing on the left. Alright. So what you can do is change the button color as well if you need to, maybe like a white background, and then hovers on black if you want to. So I'm just going to keep it as this for now and click on save. And I'm going to close it to see how it looks first. Okay, so that looked not too bad. So if you don't have a video background, you can easily just put a image, right, of the specific category that you want them to link to. So we can turn on the builder, and I'm going to show you how to link it to that specific category, right? So I'm actually, oops, should probably turn that off, and we can go to the shop page, and I'm going to show you how to get the link. So we can just click onto the girl here, and then we can click on the women's. All right, and that's going to give you the category link. Okay, we're just going to copy that. If you want to link it to, let's just say if we click into that, okay, and let's just say you want to click on the sunglasses, right? That's going to link it to the women's sunglasses, and then you can copy that link over. So we're going to just link it to the women's category first. So we're going to go back to my home page and turn on the builder. Scroll down, click on that, and then here for the link, just paste in the link. Okay, so it's going to link to the category page. Click on done and save. So if you have another category, for example men's, what you can do is just hover over the entire row, and you can duplicate the entire row. Okay, so what we can do is we can hover over the bottom row again, and hover over the settings gear icon, and then we can change right to left. So that's going to change the direction like that. Okay, so what we're going to do is just change the video background. Click on styling, background. Let's just put in the men's video. So copy over that, paste that in, change the image, upload files, select files, and I'm just going to put in the men's shoes video backup and put that in. Insert file URL, and then I want to change the background color of this column. So click on styling, the background. Alright, so click into the background color. Let's just say we want a blue. Let's just say something like that. Okay, so that's not too bad. Right, still 50% opacity because you want it to be very, very consistent, right? So if you have it like, one's darker and one's lighter, then that's going to look weird, right? So you want to keep and trying to keep everything consistent like that. And then here, click into the text. Let's just change it to men's. Okay, so it could be men's shoes, men's sunglasses. Click on the link, and we can link it to the men's category, right? So because I know that the men's category is just pretty much going to be the same URL, except instead of women's, it's going to be men's. Okay, so I'm just going to manually do that, and click on done, click on save, and click on close. Right, so that's a really cool way of displaying your categories as well. Okay, and that's looking very nice. So we're going to scroll down, and I'm going to show you the next section. So the next section is essentially you could do your featured categories, right? So I want to show you just how to do this really cool effect here where you hover over it and the image actually changes, right? So it's really cool, and you can link it to perhaps maybe a specific product or maybe a specific category as well. All right, so we can go back to here. Just turn on your builder again, and this time we want to click on the plus, and we want to select 3 columns, right? So we can put in 3 columns like that. But first, what I probably want to do is I want to set in a title first. I'm going to grab the title here, just duplicate that, and then zoom out of the screen a little bit. Just grab it and try to scroll down and bring it down over here. Okay, like that. But actually, I think we're going to drag a new column there and put the text there. Okay, so below that there is the 3 columns. Okay, so zoom in again. So what we're going to do is for each of the columns, we're going to set in a background image. Alright, so click on styling, click on background image. For the background image, we're going to click on upload files, select files. And because those images aren't mine, so we can't really use those images, I'm going to use these placeholder images, right? So we're just going to click on open. And the size that I recommend is about 700 by 800. Okay, so that's a decent size. Okay, and then click on insert file URL. So once you've done that, then we could just go to and scroll down for the padding. And here I'm going to set in, okay, so deselect that, and then here for the top I might set in, let's just say 15%, and sort of drag it down to, so we're going to make sure that this one is actually for the background image. We want to set it to full cover first, like that. Okay, so 30% seems decent enough. So we can click on save. And what we're going to do is just, let's just say we're going to copy that. So we're going to copy that. And then we're going to hover over here. Okay, and just paste that there. And paste that over here as well. Okay, so here you can just upload your own images, right? So you can upload your own images, whether that be a specific product or specific category. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so I'm just going to show you how to sort of, create your own layouts really easily. Okay, so here for the padding, I might just add 50% to the top. Okay, so you want to make sure everything is just nicely spaced. And for here, over here, we might just put in, let's just say 25 pixels. Right, so that looks good. Okay, so if you want to have a sort of a hover over effect, so when you hover over the girl here, it changes, right? So how do you do that? So we go back here and we go over and click on styling again, and then we can click on the background and hover so we can change the image, right? So we're going to upload files, select files, and we can upload the image that we want it to hover as. So we're going to click on open, okay, and then we can click on insert file URL. And for this one, we also want to select to full cover as well. Alright, and then we can click on done. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just copy over that again. So we're going to hover over the column, copy that, and just paste it over like that. Okay, so we can click on save. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to add a button, right? So here we just add in a button on the bottom. Okay, so the button's going to appear on the bottom. We can change the alignment like that. You can probably just duplicate this one actually. So just duplicate this from the top, click it, scroll down and put it there. Delete the other one like that. Okay, and then we can click on it and then we can change the link to that specific product. Alright, so you will need to go into that specific product page and copy over the link and paste it into here. Alright, so we can just duplicate that 3 times, move it across, and then we can just move it across like that. Okay, so that's going to be, the button's going to be in the middle. If we go over here, the button is a white one. Okay, so we can quickly change that. Just click on that and click on styling, button link, background. Let's just change it to white. For the link color, I'm going to change it to black. And the hover, I'm going to change the color to white when it hovers. Hover, the color is going to change to black. Alright, so if you, let's say if you have a specific color that you have been using throughout your website, then let's just click onto that and go back to the button. For the button link background, let's just say you've chosen the color orange, right? A specific color code. Like for example, let's just say we go like that, alright? And the best way of actually doing it is just clicking on that, and you can click on the add. Okay, so that's going to add all the colors that you have used on your website. So that way you can always select, the same color code, right? Without actually remembering it. Okay, so that's a quick way of, changing colors, right? If you just click on add, and then that way you can easily select the same colors and use it consistently throughout your website. Let's just change this to, I'm actually going to copy over the styling as well. Copy that and then paste styling and then paste styling like that. Alright, and click on save, and then we can close that. Right, so if you scroll down here, you hover over it and it changes images. Okay, so that's really cool. The next section I'm going to show you is how to add this section here where you can display free shipping with the icons, free returns, and also 5-year warranty and secure checkout. right? So this is good because you want to add some sort of benefit that you can easily display and show your customers, right? So a lot of websites actually do it. For example, I believe Movement Watches and Daniel Wellington, they have it on the bottom as well. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do it for your own website as well. What we're going to create is 4 different columns to put in our icons and also our text. And if we go to the Daniel Wellington website, you'll see they have pretty much the same thing here with 3 different icons, right? And for Movement Watches, they have 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. All right, so this is what we're going to recreate, and you can put in the things that you want. So I'm going to quickly show you how to do it on your own website. So turn on your builder, and you can click on the plus icon here and choose the number of columns that you want to use. So since we're displaying 4, so then choose 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so what we can do first is perhaps we can set in the background color. Click on the styling for the row and click on background. So for the background color, you can either do maybe like a light gray, okay, so a very neutral color, or you could perhaps go for a dark gray. Right, so generally you'll use a neutral color for this type of section. You wouldn't just choose any random color unless it is part of your color scheme, okay? So for here, we're actually going to do a dark gray, so it's just a 11111, okay? And then what we're going to do is maybe we can add some padding, okay, to the top. So let's just say maybe like 25, and for the bottom, 25 as well, something like that, right? And then we can, let's click on done, and then we can drop in a icon module. Okay, so drop it into the first one here. Okay, and here you can change the size of the icon, so we can just test it, perhaps a large one, and for the icon shape to select none, and then we can select the icon. All right, so this one we're going to label as free shipping. So let's type in free shipping. All right, and for the icon, we're going to click into that, and that's going to load up. So we're going to find an icon which sort of helps us describe what that text is about. So we're going to actually search up truck, okay, and select this one over here, something like that. All right, and for the icon color and also the text color, we're going to set it to white so it's visible. If you have used a sort of a light gray, then you might do a dark gray for your text and icon color. So what we're going to do is just set the styling for the row. So everything within that row, the color is going to be white. Okay. And what we're going to do is just click on that again and click on the styling for the icon. Click on the icon. And then this one is the color of the icon. So we're going to set that to white as well. Just like that. Okay, so once you've done that, we can click on done. And we can virtually just duplicate that a few times. So just drop it in to the other ones. Okay, so we can just click into it and change the icon. So I've already know which icon that I'm going to use. So I'm just going to type in the text. So this one's the back and then dash left. Okay, for the label, it's going to be so free returns. And then click on this one. 5-year warranty. And then for the icon, we're going to label this one TI-world. And last one here. This one is going to be the credit card. Like that. And then maybe secure payment. Just like that. Okay, so that should be done. So we can have a look at over here. I think we're going to make it a little bit smaller, maybe just a default size for all of these. So let's just change the default size. Something like that. That looks pretty good. And if you want to change your icons and things like that, so what you can actually do is you can go to a website. For example, if we look at Daniel Wellington, they have custom icons, and that really helps add just a nicer feel and more professional touch to your website design. Then you can go to a website called Fiverr. Okay, so fiverr.com, and you can search up icon design, and then you can find out, are there any freelancers which can make different icons for you. You can also find different things like logo design or any other sort of service. For example, if you want even product photography, you can send the product to them and then they can get the photography done. What I also recommend is you can also get product renderings done, and I think that's really, really useful because you can use the product renderings for different marketing materials. You can just input it into whichever sort of photo editing thing, and then you can make your design around that, and then that is going to save you a lot of time from doing product photography. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So you can also use a coupon called Hogan Chewer for 10% off your first order if you decide to buy any services from there. So this is what we're going to do, and as you can see, there is not enough spacing there between this top row here and the bottom one, so we're just going to add 50 pixels, okay, to space things out a little bit better. And then we can click on save, and let's close it so we can actually view our website and see how it looks. Okay, so scroll down, and I think there's just one minor adjustment that we need to make. For example, on the left the spacing is less here, and on the right it is more spacing, so we sort of want to center align all our icons. So we're just going to quickly do that. So turn on the builder, and what we could just do is just align everything for the row into the middle. So hover over here, click on styling, fonts, and text align to the middle, save it, and you can also click on preview, and that's going to show you a quick preview. Alright, and that's, I think, all good. So we just close that. Now the next section I want to show you is talk about how to make your website fully mobile responsive. By default, your website probably is pretty mobile responsive already. If we actually just resize it, like, it's not too bad, right? But we probably want to make it even more responsive, right? So we scroll down, and because I am on a laptop at the moment, the video is actually playing, but normally it won't actually play on your mobile devices. Let's just scroll down. It's not too bad, but I do want to make sure that it is fully responsive. So I'm going to change the size back to my recording. Okay, so I'm just going to resize the screen to show you what we're going to sort of optimize. Alright, so as you can see, the heading's too big. We want to make that smaller, and it's also causing this spacing on the right hand side. Okay, and we probably want to make the text a little bit smaller, reduce the spacing here. And as you can see, there's 3 products, right? Because for desktop, we're only showing 3 featured products, but there is a space here for mobile. Alright, so maybe we want to display 4 products or even 6 products so that it's quite even. Okay. And we also want to make sure that we have a backup image, because sometimes the video is not going to play on mobile devices. And scrolling down here, we want to ensure that we can see the full person, so we want to stretch it out a little bit further, and the rest is looking great. So let's just resize the screen back. Okay, so let's just turn on the builder. So here on the top here, we can select the responsive styling. So here we want to select for the mobile. Alright, so all the settings that you make now, it's gonna appear for mobile devices only. Okay, so let's just, for example, let's click on the text module here, the 50% store wide. Now, because we want to optimize for mobile, mobile screen normally isn't as big as desktop, so there isn't as much space. So let's just say we want to remove this text for mobile, then select it, and then you can click on the visibility icon here on the top, and we can set the visibility to hide on mobile devices, right? So it's going to appear on other devices. For mobile, it's just going to hide. Okay, now click on the next text module, and this one is the heading 1 title. All right, so we can click on the styling again and click on the general, click on heading 1 font. And here for the font size, because we want to change that, let's just change it to 3EM. Okay, 3EM, and it's going to resize down properly. Okay, so click on the next one here, and this one we're going to change the text size down to maybe 16. Okay, so just click on the font tab here, and resize that down. And maybe you want to resize the padding a little bit for mobile. So let's just change it to maybe 175 and maybe 175 as well, just like that. Okay, so that first hero section is done. All right, so scrolling down here, so let's just say you want to show and display 4 products for mobile. So we can just duplicate the module here, so that we've got one here and one on the bottom. All right, so click on the one on the bottom, and instead of showing, let's say 3 products, we want to select 4 products. All right, so you also want to make sure that you have selected and set in, at least 4 featured products. Otherwise, it'll only show 3. Okay, so set that in on the back end. I showed you that before. I'll quickly put that on the screen so you can see what you need to do. Okay, so once you've done that, you can set the layout to maybe, let's say, grid 4, and also make sure that you have selected the categories and whatever that you want here. Okay, and then click on done. Right, so once you've done that, then we want to click on the first module up here and click on the visibility, and here we want to hide it for mobile. Okay, and we want to click on the bottom one here, click on the visibility, and we want to show this for mobile. Okay, so let's just hide this for everything except for mobile, and then you can click on done. Right, so that's done. Now let's move on to the next section here, which is the video background. So here we can click on the row styling for the background, and this one has the video selected, right? So what we want to do is we want to make sure that for the background type, okay, make sure that you're on the mobile responsive setting here. Then you want to select the image, all right, and select a background image that you want to be replaced, replacing that video, and then set this to full cover, okay. And that's good. And here on the bottom, click on the row styling again, background, set this to the image, add in the background image that you want to show mobile, set in full cover. Okay, so as you can see, they have a sort of this overlay color for that column, and it's not stretching all the way, right? So what I want to do is click on the column styling, click on the background, and I'm just going to remove that. Okay, so if you just delete that, it might not actually delete. So what you can do is just pull the opacity down to 0, so there's no sort of color anymore. Okay, same thing for the bottom one. Click on the column styling, background, and just remove that opacity like that down. Okay, and then click on done. And then let's just click on the desktop setting again. Alright, so we might actually just save it first, and let's just close it to have a look and see if it works properly. So let's just close that. Okay, so let's just resize the screen. Okay, so that's removed. Text is good. That is looking very good. Scrolling down. Okay, we've got 4 products here. As you can see, it's still showing the video here, but if you actually check it on your mobile, then it should show that image. It's also removed the background column color. Okay, so the next section is this one here. So let's just change this. So let's just turn on the builder again. Scroll down and click on the mobile responsive setting here. And here, what I want to do is you want to click into that, and we want to stretch the padding, right? So right now, if you hover over it, then it shows 30%. So we can stretch it out to, let's just say 95. Okay, the same thing for here. Let's just stretch it out to about 95 as well. If you can't really see it, you can just still click on the styling here, click on padding, and change it manually here, okay, to 95. Same thing here. So let's just stretch it up to 95. That's 95. Okay, so that is looking very good. And for the bottom here, that is fine as well. So we can click on save, and we can just close that. And let's just resize our screen a little bit. Okay, so that's looking very good. That's looking all good. Okay, so what you'll need to do is for the other pages that we're going to create later, you'll actually need to make sure that it's fully mobile responsive as well, just by checking manually and then editing it and tweaking it to make sure that it is fully, mobile responsive and it actually looks good. Maybe if you want to remove some text, you can hide the visibility and things like that as well. Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is how to add in your logo and also your fav icon, and show you how to configure and change the fonts for your website. Okay, so to change our logo, we need to click on Customize, and that's going to take us to Themify options, right? So you can click on the Basic tab or the Advanced tab, right? So we need to navigate down to the site logo, click on site logo, and here, if you don't have a logo image yet, then what I suggest is just to put your business name or your brand name. For example, let's just say logo, and here you can select from the fonts here. Okay, so I'm just going to select a really basic font, and then for the font weight, we can select bold, like that. Okay, so I'm not sure why that hasn't loaded yet. Let's just try and type that again, and hopefully that will actually load. Okay, so here you can change the color of it and things like that. But if you do have a logo image, then you can click on that, and you can click on upload. Alright, so I'm going to upload this one over here. So this modern color logo.png, I've included it in the image folder, so you can upload that as well. This is the size, right? So it doesn't really matter too much about the size. We can edit that a little bit later on. But what does matter is that you should upload a PNG file. Okay, so that means it's a transparent file. So when you're actually changing like the background of the header, then the color will actually change on the background as well. All right, so you can click on edit image, and another tip is that if you're doing your own logo, you want to make sure you crop the actual image here, right, as close to the letters or your picture as possible, right? You don't want a bunch of space here. You want it to crop it as close as possible, just like this. All right, so let's just click on back, and then we can just insert that there. All right, so here, this is for your desktop, right? And for your height, we want to set it to around 48. So you can adjust it to what you need, right? So 48 is perfect for this logo size, right? So it might be a little bit different, so you might need to adjust this. So leave this part empty. And then what you need to do is you need to adjust the size for mobile screens as well. So click on styling for mobile. All right, so if we actually check this website, we publish this website, and we check this website on our mobile devices, you'll notice that this logo is quite large. So we can go to a website called Responsinator, or you can just check it on your phone if it doesn't work properly. But as you can see, it's quite big, right? So we need to make sure for mobile devices, the size is small as well. All right, so I'm just gonna close that for a second, okay, because the video is actually playing. Anyways, let's just go back here. So here I wanna delete the height, and I want to change the site logo for the width to about 200. Okay, so if you have a different logo, it might be a little bit different, but you should control the sizing here rather than the height. Okay, so generally just control the sizing here and click on publish. And I'm going to grab that URL again and paste it into here. Okay, so as you can see, that looks perfect. All right, so just in case you have like a different size logo, I'll show you quickly maybe something a little bit different. So go back to styling for desktop, okay, and I'm going to close this, and I'm going to upload a new one, okay, a new image. So this one is just like a square logo, 400 by 400 pixels. I'm going to insert image. All right, so we can adjust the size here. So let's just say like 52, maybe 50, like that. It's not too bad. And then click on mobile styling. Okay, so as you can see, 200 is just too big, right? So we need to try and make it a little bit smaller. 100 is not that good. Let's try 52 or something like that, or 50. I think that's not too bad. Click on publish, and that's how you make sure that your logo size for mobile is not too large, right? So we can check that on Responsinator. Okay, so that's not too bad. Okay, so we can basically, I'm just going to click on site title here. I'm going to delete the logo image actually. Okay, I'm going to change it back to the modern one. set this to 48, click on the mobile, set this to 200, click on publish, and close that. All right, so now I'm going to show you how to set in the fav icon, which is the little icon or logo up here, right, for your tabs. And if you don't have a logo yet, you can go to fiverr.com to get your logos, and you can browse, you can search up logo design and then browse through thousands of different freelancers who can do logos starting from about $5 US, all the way up to a few $100s. So it's just a lot easier, hiring someone, a professional, to make your logo rather than doing it yourself. So I highly recommend Fiverr for your logos. You can also use Hogan Chua for a discount as well. Okay, so to change your fav icon, go back to your dashboard area, and we can go to the Themify shop, Themify settings. Now with your fav icon, you can probably ask your logo designer to supply that for you as well. All right, because it's pretty much the same, but the size is a little bit smaller. And let's say if you have text underneath, they'll just remove the text underneath and have your logo, so you can just put it in here. Right, so click on fav icon, click on upload, and then choose the fav icon, for example this one here. Click on open. Okay, so the size that I've set this one to is about 128 by 128 pixels. It's a square one, and then we can click on save, and then we can visit our website, and then it should load up within a second or two. Okay, so there you go. All right, so what I'm going to show you now is how to fully customize the fonts on your website. All right, so what we want to do is we want to go to our dashboard section first, and we want to make sure that we enable all the available fonts. So hover over Themify shop and click on Themify settings, and then click on the general tab, click on Google Fonts, and here you can select show all Google fonts. All right, and then click on save, and then go back to your home page. Okay, now you can click on customize. So I'm just going to show you the basics of how to configure, the font and your colors. All right, so here it's going to take you directly to Themify options. You can click on the advanced tab if you want to. So that's going to show you more options where you can sort of configure the colors and the fonts for your site. All right, so if you click on body here, click down, and let's just click on body font. Right, so if you change the body font, it's going to affect basically the fonts between the header section, the top, and the bottom. All right, so let's just say, for example, we click on the drop down, right? So on the drop down, there are hundreds of different Google fonts to actually choose from, right? So for most people, that's going to be very, very overwhelming, and you probably don't know, which font to actually choose. You might spend, hours trying to find the right font. So I do want to go through how to choose the right font for your website really quickly. All right, so there are basically two different typefaces. One is called the sans serif typeface, and the other is called the serif typeface. Right, so generally most websites use the sans serif typeface. For example, if you go to Nike, they use the sans serif typeface. All right, and Apple, they use sans serif as well. For example, Daniel Wellington, sans serif as well. All right, so if you notice, they have plain edges, right? And the strokes are even width. Whereas the serif typeface, they have curves and they have thick and thin strokes. All right, so this one looks very, very simple, clean, and modern. Whereas this one looks a little bit more traditional, and it's got an elegant feel, maybe a handcrafted feel as well to it. So depending on sort of what you're selling and what business that you want to portray yourself as, then you might go with the serif typeface. But if you are just want to appear like modern and clean, then you just go with the sans serif. All right, so generally most people, 80% of people are probably going to go with the sans serif. If, for example, you want something like Tiffany & Co., they use a serif typeface for their headings, but then they also use sans serif for the rest of the text. All right, so it gives a elegant feel, but also a modern touch as well, because if they use maybe like the serif typeface for the body text as well, it's just a bit too much. So generally what I recommend is if you are, selling, for example, something like, bed linen, and you want to pick a serif typeface, something like this, then what I recommend is for the headings, then you can go with the serif typeface. All right, but for the rest of the website, for example, the body text and the top menu section up here or the footer section, then just stick with a sans serif typeface. Okay, so it gives a nice sort of elegant, traditional look, but also still modern. All right. So if we go to fonts.google.com, all right, so I'm going to show you the most popular fonts that you can pick. All right, so you can click on categories here, and we want to deselect display, handwriting, and monospace, because these ones are a little bit more, they have more of a personality, and it's not really good for a website unless it's just for like a one-off sort of hero image. So generally stick with the sans serif and serif. Okay, so let's just say, for example, you want sans serif. You can select that, and we can select by the most popular. Okay, so the top 10 is pretty good. For example, Roboto, Open Sans, these are really, really popular because they have a lot of different styles. For example, you can have the bold style, you can have a thin style as well. Okay, so this is really important when you're choosing fonts. You want to choose a font where you do have different styles. Okay, because sometimes for a website, sometimes you might need to use a bold, sometimes you might need to use a thin font, okay, or a regular font. Okay, so don't choose one with only just like one style. That's why these ones are the most popular ones, because they have a lot of styles. If you scroll down, the least popular ones, they don't have many styles. It's not as good. Okay, so choose a font and stick with it. Okay, and if you click on the serif typeface, you can pick one for your headings as well if you want to appear a little bit more elegant or traditional. For example, Crimson Text. This one's very, very similar to the one that you see on Tiffany & Co. Okay, so you can pick that for your heading if you want to. Okay, so once you've chosen that, then go back to your website and you can select the text. All right, so for me, I'm just gonna pick a really basic Arial one. Okay, so it's gonna change the font for the entire website. Okay, and I'm gonna change the font size to 14. Okay, so make it a little bit smaller. It makes it a little bit more modern, in my opinion. If we do 12, then it's probably a little bit too small and people can't see that. 14 is not too bad. Sometimes you might want to go 15 or 16 depending on the type of font you choose, because not all fonts are sort of easy to read like Arial. Okay, and if we go to, let's say, Daniel Wellington, so what you're going to notice is that the font or the text, they sort of have letter spacing between it. So it makes it a little bit more modern as well. So if you want to do that, then you can by controlling the letter spacing. Okay, so you can change the letter spacing. Let's just say 1, 2, something like that. And it's going to extend letter spacing for your body. All right, so you can play around with that. Generally, I'm just going to keep it as default. Okay. And you can also change the style and also the alignment. Actually, don't change the alignment. Okay, so don't change the alignment for body font. Otherwise, it's going to cause you problems later on. Okay, for the font, just keep it as defaults. You can also change the body link color. Okay, so let's just say, for example, you can pick a sort of a accent color for your links on materialui.co /colors. Let's just say you pick like red or something like that, and then you can use that for your body links. Okay, so there are sort of no body links at the moment because we don't have like a bunch of text, but you can change it here. Okay, so the body link hover is when you hover over the link. Let's just try to change it. Okay, because let's put that in. Let's see if it hovers. Okay, so it doesn't hover because that is a product title. So let's just deselect that for now. Okay, so what I want you to do is click on the accent styling. Okay, and click on the drop down here, click on accent styling. So I can actually walk you through everything here, but it's going to take a long time, all right, to actually change each and every color, and it's going to be a little bit more confusing if you're a beginner. So what I recommend is sticking to the basics, right? So generally on most e-commerce websites, they keep it very, very neutral for the header section, the body section, and the top over here and everywhere, right? For example, same with Apple, very neutral colors, Tiffany & Co., right? Very neutral on the top and everything, right? But you'll see that they utilize their sort of color within their product images and also the hero banners and things like that. Okay, so that's what I personally recommend. And perhaps you can use your main color for like a link hover color as well if you want to, but generally you don't really want to overpower it with too many colors. So what I'm going to suggest is we're going to put in the colors here. So we're going to do 222. Okay, so just a dark gray. Okay, so just put in these colors and then you can change these later on, but this is going to edit the the whole entire website, so we don't have to go through each individual option here. Okay, so for the font color we're going to select a white color, so 3 Fs, and then for the accent background hover I'm going to select just a black. Okay, so 3 zeros, and then for the border color I'm going to select 222. Okay, and then I'm going to click on publish. All right, so before there was the the yellow accent color, now it's just a really dark gray, which I think is very nice. Okay, so we're going to minimize that, and we can click on headings. So headings are basically this heading over here. This one's the heading 1, which we set in earlier before. This one is the heading 2. Okay, so you can set in the heading 1 and heading 2 fonts universally here as well. All right, so let's just say, for example, we want to change it to this one, Crimson Text. So let's just try this. So okay, Crimson Text. Let's just have a look. Okay, for some reason that one doesn't look as good because I think I bolded it before, but you can see that if we scroll down here, you can see that Crimson Text is looking very nice here. Okay, so here we can change it like that, and you can decide whether or not you want to use this or not. For me, I'm just going to keep it as the defaults. Okay, I'm just going to delete that actually. Keep it as default. Okay, and for the forms, it's basically for your contact forms. You can edit the form fields and also the buttons of the contact form and things like that. For the header section, you can change it for the top section here. For example, we can change the header wrap, which is the background color. All right, so I'm just going to keep it as white for now, because if I change it, then it's going to overcomplicate it. We'll have to change the link colors and things like that. So maybe I can make another video to show you guys. For the sticky header, it's basically when you scroll down, for example, we can change the sticky header wrap. Let's just change the color to white, and we can pull the opacity down to maybe like 75%. So when people are scrolling down, it gives this transparent effect, which is pretty cool. Okay, and we're just going to leave those as defaults. And main navigation is essentially the navigation here. All right, and you can also control the drop down link colors, drop down the background color of the drop down. Okay, we don't have any drop downs yet, so we're going to close that. For the mobile menu, you can click on that, and you can also edit the mobile menu colors. We're going to keep that as defaults. For the shop, the only thing that I want to change is the pricing. Okay, so I'm going to go to the shop page, right? So I'm going to click on this mobile styling and try to get out of the mobile styling. Click back onto that and then click onto the shop. And I want to make the pricing just a little bit more subtle. So I'm going to type in the color code, which is a light gray. So 8F, 8F, 8F. Okay, so that looks looking pretty good. You can also change the add to cart button colors and things like that as well here. We're going to leave that as defaults. And then for the footer, I'll show you that a little bit later on. Okay, so that is pretty good. We can click on publish and close that and scroll down. I'm going to have a quick little look first and to see if we need to fix anything. Okay, so that's all good. I'm going to show you essentially how to add the content for your terms of service, privacy pages, shipping and returns, the about page, and also adding a contact form so people can actually contact you if they have any issues with their order or things like that. Okay, so click on your about page, And the layout that we want to do is a simple one. Okay, so just one column here and one column here for your image. So I don't want to make it too complicated. I might make another video on showing you how to create different layouts, but for here we just want to create a simple one. So you can turn on your builder, and before we actually start building it, you can click on blocks here, and here you've got dozens of different templates which you can add in, and I'll show you a little bit later on how to add it in. For example, how to add in your team members section, and then you can just click on it and then you can edit it. Okay, and you can also actually import pre-created layouts, so whole pages. So you can click on the layouts here, click on load layout, and here they've also got dozens or maybe hundreds of pre-designed pages which you can just import. Okay, so these ones can help you really give you some ideas. So if you find one that you like, then you can click on it and then you can import it onto your blank page. All right, and then I'm just gonna close it because I'm gonna show you how to build it. All right, so we need to create 2 columns, and you can hover over the row, and then you can hover over the gear icon, select 2 rows. Okay, 1 and 1. All right, click on modules, and we're gonna drop in a text module first. All right, so here we're gonna enter about us. Okay, and I'm just gonna grab some lorem ipsum text. All right, so here you can just write about your company, how you guys started, and things like that. All right, so just paste in the text there, and then here you want to change it to heading 1. Okay, so generally if you've set in your heading 1s in the customizer, then it'll be the default, which I'll show you quickly in a second. So just click on done, and here we want to add an image. All right, so we want to drop in a image module. All right, and then click on upload files, select files, and then you can upload the about us file. All right, so I've uploaded that before, so I'm just going to select it and insert file there. All right, so the next thing that you want to do is make sure that it is aligned properly. All right, so you want to hover over the purple, hover over the gear icon, and align it to the middle. Okay, so as you can see, the image moved down a little bit, and that's better aligned. All right, so once you've actually done that, then we can click on done. All right, so if you want to add in like the pre-created block, you can click on plus, click on a new row, you can click on here, blocks, and then we can search for maybe team. Okay, so let's just say you want this one here, click on it, and then you just sort of drag it in. All right, so it's going to take a little while to load. So here you've created in a new section. All right, so you can just click into the modules and you can change the images, change the appearance of how you want the image to look. All right, so you can play around with the settings here, change the image title, and also change the caption. And you can click on the icon module, and then you can actually change the social media links. All right, so you can do that. And what we're gonna do is just add some spacing here, so maybe like 50 pixels, and then we can click on the preview. Okay, just to look at, you know, how it will look. All right, so that looks not too bad, and you can play around with the settings and change everything that you need to. Okay, so I'm just gonna click on save, and then I'm going to close it. All right, so I'm just going to quickly change the font universally for heading 1. So click on customize, and then what you want to do is you want to click on headings. All right, heading 1, and then you want to set in the font, so Arial, and that's going to change it. Right, so here for example I might want the size, let's just try 60. That's not too bad. You might want to change the font weight to something a little bit more bold. That's completely up to you. I think that's not too bad actually. Then I might reduce the size a bit too big. I think that's not too bad. Okay, click on publish, and that way whenever you're setting heading 1 or heading 2, then it's going to be the default font. All right, so we're going to close that, and then you want to click on your contact page, and I'm going to quickly show you how to add in the contact form. So turn on the builder. All right, so I'm not going to go through and show you like a complicated contact page. I just want to make it really simple. All right, so we're going to separate this into maybe something like this. All right, where we can put the contact in the middle. So we're going to drop in a text module first, and we might just put in, let's just say contact us, and then we're going to set it to heading 1, and then below that we're just going to add this text here, paste that in, okay, and then we can align it to the center if you want to, just like that, and then click on done. And then what you'll need to do is drop in the contact form module. All right, so you should have the Themify contact form plugin installed. All right, so just drop that below there, and here you can select the layout. So I personally like this one here, right, because it saves space. And here you can send it to, basically once people have sent the message, then it's going to send it to the email that you input here, right? So you can just click on send to the admin email if that's your username email, that's the one that you want it to send to, or you can send it to your like special contact form email or something like that. All right, so I'm just going to send it to the admin email, and here you can play around with the settings for the success URL, so you can redirect people to this specific page if you want to, right? So for example, you want to say like thank you or something, you might create a thank you page and then redirect them with a link here. You can also change the success message. All right, so by default, it's going to be like, thank you, your message has been submitted. You can change that here as well. And you can scroll down here. You can play around with, what you want to have people input, for example, the names, or maybe you can add in different fields as well. Okay, so the other thing that I want to do is just change the send button to center. And if you notice, when you hover over the button, it might hover over and the text is hovering as a dark gray and you can't really see that. So you can click on styling, the general send button, all right, and then click on font, hover, and then change the color back to white, right? So when you hover over it, it's just going to go a little bit darker gray, right? So people know that's a button. And then you can also play around with the different settings here, but I'm not going to go too in depth, otherwise it's going to take too long. Okay, so we can click on done and save, and that's your contact page done. Okay, now we're going to move on to the shipping and returns. All right, so I'm going to quickly show you how to do something like movement watches, where when people actually click onto it, then it just opens up like that. All right, so you can have your FAQ. This is really important because people are going to ask you questions about shipping or payment or refunds and things like that. So it's better to actually put that on a FAQ page. All right, so it saves you time, and some people just don't contact you, so it's just going to help with your conversions as well. All right, so what you want to do is just turn on the builder again, and here what we could do is maybe, let's say we can change it to 2 columns. All right, so we could have like 1 column here and another column here. It really depends on how you want to display it. All right, so let's just say shipping, okay, and change this to heading 1, shipping and returns. Right, so that is a little bit too big in my opinion, so I'm just gonna click on heading and reduce the size a little bit. Select Arial, reduce the size to maybe, let's just say 36. Okay, click on done, and then for the module you want to use the accordion module, right? So let's just drop it below here. And here is the accordion title. So this is where you input the question. So for example, when will my order ship? All right, so we could do like, when will my order ship? All right, and here you can input the content. So it could be like 1 to 2 business days, right? So maybe it generally takes between 1 to 2 business days for your orders to be processed, and once we have shipped your package, we will send you a tracking number or something like that. All right, so once we have shipped, okay, and then you can add in even more, right? So you could be like, how long does delivery take? And then you can input your answer here. So like 7 to 10 business days for international. Okay, and then you can click on done. All right, so the only thing that I want to do here is to change the styling. So let's just click back onto it, and you can scroll down here and you can change the background to transparent. All right, and the next thing I want to do is I want to sort of add in this plus icon so people know that we can click on it and it opens up. So let's go back here, and here you can change the icon. So you can click on the plus here. So when it's actually closed, then I want it to select angle down, right? So people know that, okay, when they click on it, then it's going to open downwards, right? So we're going to do the opened one, and this one's going to open back like that. All right, so here you can also change the styling of the title. Go to styling here, general, and the title here. You can change the font and things like that, but I'm not going to go too in depth into that. All right, so what we're going to do is click on done, and then I'm going to show you how it essentially works. All right, so then you can close it, and then when someone clicks on it, it's going to open up like that. Okay, so that's the accordion module, and then you can use the accordion module for your FAQ pages and things like that. So the next thing we want to do is put in your terms of service. All right, so what you can do is come to this website, my demo website, so moderndemo123.com, and then you can copy over the sample sort of terms of service, which you can use. All right, so this is not legal advice or anything like that, but you can use it to actually get started. All right, so I'm just going to copy over the text. All right, so I'm just going to copy over this directly. Okay, come back here, turn on the builder, and I've also bolded the things that you have to put in, for example, your business name and your contact details. So what we're going to do is drop in a text module and then just paste it in like that. All right, so here I've bolded it. So this website is operated by your business name, your brand name or something like that, or your company name, and you can read through it and you can adjust it however you like. All right, so once you've actually done that, then we can just click on done. Now, the only thing that we want to do is make sure that it looks good, right? So how do we make it look good, right? So generally when you're actually adding blocks of text, you want to make sure it's formatted properly, and you also want to make sure that it doesn't go from like left to right like this, because it's just harder to read. Generally, you want to keep it between 45 characters and 90 characters in width. All right, so so what we can do is hover over the row and click on the styling, click on padding, and click on that. Okay, and then we can add some padding to the left and right. So padding is basically the spacing. So let's do 20% and 20% to the right. Okay, so that looks a lot better. Okay, so we added spacing left and right. So you can also click on the mobile responsive settings. And generally for mobile, you probably just want to change it to like 2, okay? Because on mobile, like the screen's not too wide anyway, so you don't want it to be like squished all in the middle, okay? So you can edit this for like your tablets if you need to, but generally it should be okay, all right? So we can click on done and click on save, and then we're going to close it, and then we're going to do the privacy policy. Right, so privacy policy essentially states, what information or what data you collect from the user, and normally that is a requirement for all countries, right? So click on privacy, and I'm just going to copy over from my privacy page. Okay, so let's just copy over this. Oops. Copy that, and come back here, turn on builder, and do the same thing as we did before. Okay, so we can just drop in a text module, paste that in, and you can edit the things that I've bolded. All right, and you can also read through it and adjust it to how you want. Okay, so we're going to click on done, and we're going to do the same thing to add some padding. So click on the row styling, padding, deselect that, and then left 20% and also 20% to the right. Okay, good to go. Click on the mobile styling, just edit that to 2%. Click on done, click on save, and then we're going to close that. Okay, so that is pretty much it. Now what we're going to go through is the most important part, which is the WooCommerce settings, for example, like the shipping, coupons, payments, and all the important stuff. So make sure to keep on watching, and I'm going to go through everything step by step. So to configure the WooCommerce settings, then we need to go to our dashboard and hover over WooCommerce, and then click on settings. Okay, so for the general tab, here is where you'll need to put in your business address, because the tax rates and the shipping rates will also use this address to calculate the taxes. All right, so if you don't have a address or you don't want to put your home address, you can purchase a PO box from your post office and then use that. Alright, so for the general options here, you can set in your selling locations. So for example, I'm located in Australia, and normally what I recommend is start selling in your local country first, because if you start selling internationally, it's going to require a lot more time. For example, if you're shipping to influencers, it's going to take more time and it's going to cost more to ship to them, and also time zones might be different, and it just requires a lot more resources and time to, start selling international straight off the bat. I'm just going to set to sell to specific countries, and let's just say I'm going to sell to Australia, okay, and set that in. Okay, so you might set, let's say, United States, then you could do United States, just like that. And then for the shipping locations, ship to all countries you sell to, and leave everything as default here. You can also change the currency, okay, to whichever currency you want to display, and then we can click on Save Changes. Okay, then click on the Products tab. So for the Products tab, here you can change the measurement, the weight unit, kilograms to grams or pounds, depending on which one you use for your country. Okay, here you can also enable reviews only left by verified owners if you want to, but generally I just keep it like that. And then you can just click on Save Changes and click on the Inventory tab here. Alright, so here you can put in your email address. So whenever you reach the low stock threshold, you'll get an email, right? So you can set the low stock threshold here. Let's just say I set it to 5. And generally what I want to do is I want to only show quantity remaining in stock when low, right? Because sometimes if I have like 50, let's say 50 in stock, then I don't really want to display that. I don't want really to let people know, okay, I've got 50 or I got 100, because then people know that they can come back and get some more rather than buying it on the spot. Okay, so I'm going to set that there and then click on Save Changes. And you can also hide the items which is out of stock as well. So maybe I might select that and click on Save Changes again. So for the downloadable products, I'm just going to keep it as default, okay, and then click on the Tax tab. So generally what I recommend is enabling the automated taxes powered by the WooCommerce services. Now, if you don't have that enabled, then you need to download the WooCommerce services plugin and also activate that, right? So that's going to configure and set up your tax rates for your shop, right? So for example, if you're in the United States, then taxes can get quite complicated because sometimes the states are different when they are calculating taxes, for example, origin-based or destination-based taxes, and then each sort of zip code has their own taxes. So you need to put in like all these multiple tax rates, and that becomes a lot of work. So with the automated taxes, it's going to help you save a lot of time, right? So if you wanted to learn how to set it up manually, then I'm probably going to create the WooCommerce tutorial and show you how to set that up. But generally, you'll have to disable it, all right? And then you'll need to click on the standard rates here. And let's just say if I'm in Australia, then I'll insert row, set in the country code, and then I will set in the rate, okay? So that is essentially it. Also for the reduced rates and also the zero rates, this is when you have items which are not taxed normally. For example, some like medications or like educational products might not be taxed at the same rate. They might be a little bit lower. So you can set in the reduced rates here. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through that in the WooCommerce video. So for this video, we're just going to leave it as is. So I'm going to click on the shipping tab. And for your shipping tab here, you can add in the shipping zones. So for example, the Australia shipping zone is automatically added. Let's just say we click on edit, and you can change the zone name, for example, like United States, and then you can set in the regions. Okay, so below here, there's the flat rate. Now we can click on edit, and the flat rate, we can set that to $5, all right? And then click on Save Changes. You can also label it. Like for example, it could be like standard, all right? Standard shipping or something like that. Click on Save Changes. Okay, so we can add in another shipping method and we can set in free shipping, for example, that. And we can click on edit. All right, so free shipping requires a minimum order amount or a coupon. That's what I like to set in because sometimes I will create a coupon and that will enable free shipping. Okay, so let's just say the minimum order amount is $50. You can click on Save Changes. And then we can add in another shipping method, flat rate again, add in shipping method. So this one might be express shipping. So express 2-day shipping, something like that. And then this one's going to cost $15, right? Save changes. And then you can also rearrange it just by doing that. Okay, dragging and dropping. And then you can click on save changes. All right. So here we're going to click on the shipping options. Okay, so here I was going to leave it as default. Click on the shipping classes. So shipping classes is, for example, if you have clothes, but then you're not only selling clothes, you might be selling something like sofas or like TVs. And normally shipping like a big bulky item is going to cost a lot more than shipping clothing, right? So we need to set in a shipping class. Okay, so for example, if you have like a TV, then that might be a heavy item, right? So we're going to add in shipping class, and the shipping class name might be like heavy or bulky. Slug, we're just going to type in heavy. Description, let's just say 10 to 20 kilograms, and then click on save shipping class. All right, so once you've set in the shipping class, then we want to set in how much you want to charge for this specific shipping class. Right, so we need to go back to shipping options, or shipping zone, sorry, and then click on edit. Okay, and then we're going to click on edit the standard shipping. All right, so here we're going to set in the heavy shipping class cost. Okay, so let's just say, for example, this heavy item is going to cost $25 to ship, and also for the no shipping class cost, we're just going to set that to $5. All right, so normally I'm just going to delete this one. All right, because if there's no shipping class, it's going to charge $5. If I have $5 there, then it's going to be like $10. Okay, so here for the calculation type, I normally just put it as the charge for the most expensive shipping class. So then we're going to click on save changes. All right, so the same thing for the express shipping. I'm just going to delete this one and then change this one to like, let's say 45, no shipping class, 15. Okay. And then click on save changes. So there's also a plugin which you can use that's going to give you more sort of conditions which you can apply to set in your shipping rates and things like that. Okay, so I'm not going to be covering this in this video. Maybe I can make a separate video for that if you need. Okay, so if you go to, let's say, plugins, right? So I'm going to show you quickly. So click on add new. So maybe advanced shipping, and then click on enter. Okay, so here, this one, table rate for WooCommerce by flexible shipping. You can use this and you can create different scenarios based on the totals, weights, and quantities and things like that. You can also use this one to do some advanced sort of conditions for free shipping. So you can use these plugins and you can check these out as well. So what we're going to do is go back here to the settings area, and I'm going to show you how to set in the coupons. All right, so before we set in the payments, we're going to set in the coupons. So hover over WooCommerce and click on coupons. Create a first coupon. So for example, if you're creating a coupon for an influencer, it might be like, let's just say Hogan 20. And then here, discount type, it may be a percentage discount, and then 20% for that. And also, if you want to give your influencer a percentage discount and also a coupon that grants free shipping, you can tick this. And you can also set an expiry date if you want to. You can also restrict it to a minimum spend or specific products and things like that. I'm just going to keep it nice and simple. And you can also set in usage limits as well. Okay, but I'm not going to do that. And then I'm just going to click on publish. Okay, so I forgot to show you actually how to set in the heavy item shipping class for your products. You want to go back to your products, so like all products here. And let's just pretend maybe these glasses here. Okay, so we're going to click on edit. So pretend that is like a sofa. It's like a really heavy item. Then you need to click into the product. Okay, and then what you want to do is click on shipping. And for the shipping class, you want to set in heavy. Okay, so set in heavy shipping class and click on update. And once people actually add this item to their cart, then it's going to calculate as a heavy item, so it's going to charge them accordingly. So let's just select this item, add to cart, and we can view the cart. And as you can see, it's set in the heavy shipping rates. Okay, so as you can see, it's probably got the free shipping still there. So you might want to disable that, or you could use the advanced free shipping options plugin to actually set in a specific condition. All right. So before your customer can actually proceed to checkout, we'll actually need to connect our payment gateways. So I'm going to show you that right now. So go back to your dashboard. So hover over WooCommerce and then click on settings. All right, and click on the payments tab. So you can also accept bank transfers and also check payments as well as cash on delivery, but I'm going to show you how to set up your PayPal really quickly. All right, so right now PayPal checkout is enabled, and what this actually does is that on your product pages, for example, I'm going to show you right now, you'll see that they have a PayPal button, and that allows people to pay directly over here. All right, so generally I personally don't really like that. I just like it when they just check out by using PayPal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable this one, right? So you can keep it if you want to, and I'm going to enable the PayPal standard. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is click on setup. So what you'll need for this is a PayPal account. So most of you probably have a PayPal account already. If you don't have one, then you can go to paypal.com and you can either sign up for a personal account first. Now, generally, if you don't have like your business name registered and things like that yet, then signing up for a personal one is probably going to be quicker and faster, and then you can start accepting payments right away. And then once you start making sales, then you can create one for your business. Okay, so you can just like click on sign up here, and then you can just create one for yourself, right? If you have your PayPal, like your business details already set up, then you can sign up clicking here. Okay, so it's going to take a few minutes by filling in your details, and you'll need to connect your PayPal account to your local bank account. And what they're going to do is essentially send you some money, and then you need to verify it, and that connects your PayPal with your bank account. So after when you get paid with PayPal, then you can withdraw it into your bank account, right? So what we need to do here is go back here and enter in your PayPal email. So for example, I'm just going to put in creativeway10 gmail.com. Okay, and then scrolling down here, we're going to just click on save. All right, so the next thing you want to do, once that is done, you can click back onto your payments. And for the Stripe account, right, so if you don't see a Stripe account here, then what you'll need to do is you need to go to plugins, and then you can search for the plugin, which is called the WooCommerce Stripe Gateway. Okay, search for that and install and add that into your plugins. Okay, make sure you activate that, and then you should actually see that on your payment settings. Okay, so with Stripe, it's going to allow you to accept payments directly on your website. So if people enter in their credit card details, then they can just pay for it directly on your website without leaving, right? So people can also pay with their credit card or debit card using PayPal, but it's going to redirect to the PayPal account. With Stripe, it's going to allow them to just do it on your website, right? So it's going to help a lot with your conversions. So I recommend setting that up. Okay, so you can click on sign up for a free account. Okay, so after you've signed up, it takes a few minutes to do that, and then you'll need to fill in like your details and payment details, your business details as well. And after when you've done that, you can click on developers, okay, and then you can click on API keys. All right, so here is your real and live API key, which you can just add in. But what we're gonna do is do a test, right? So test API key, you can click on view test data. And then what you can do is copy the publishable key, all right, copy that over. And then we can click on manage. All right, so for the title here, we're gonna change it to credit card and debit card. Okay, pay with your credit card or debit card, like that. So people don't really need to know that we are using Stripe. but it's better to put debit card as well, so they know they can use their debit card as well. All right, so the test publishable key, just put it into here. And then for the secret key, you'll need to copy this over. Okay, so just copy that over and then paste it in. And then once you've done that, we can click on save. Okay, so once that is actually set in, so for example, we can go to visit site. So I was going to show you really quickly how that works. So click on checkout. Right, so I'm going to fill in my information here. Okay, so I'm going to put in the credit card number. So it's this one here, the test number. Expiry date, I'm just going to put in like 02/23. The CVC, just 123. And click on place order. All right, so the order has been received. And essentially what you'll need to do is you can go back here and just refresh the data. Okay, so let's just go to home. All right, so as you can see, that is all connected and well. So what we need to do is click on developers again, API key, and you'll need to deselect this. All right, and then you need to go back to your dashboard area and also put in your live keys. Right, so that is your test key, and we can go back to the settings here and then click on your payments. And then for your Stripe, just click on manage. Okay, and then here you'll need to put in your real key and your real secret key, and then you just click on save, and then you can be good to go, and then you can start accepting payments via your website. So another thing is that you have to have your HTTPS enabled, so your SSL certificate. If you've been following from the beginning, then you should have that without any issues. If you don't have that, you need to contact your host, and after that they'll enable the SSL, and you'll need to install and activate the really simple SSL plugin, and then enable that so that you get the SSL lock icon on your website. All right, so I'll walk you through a complete sort of transaction and order after I go through the rest of these tabs. Okay, so we're going to click on accounts and privacy. So for guest checkout, I want to enable that, and also enable the account creation during checkout, as well as on my account page. All right, scroll down here, and for the privacy page, you should have created your privacy page already. So you want to select the privacy page from the drop down, and then we can click on save. And what we also want to do is we want to go to settings here, and we want to go to general, and we want to ensure that for the membership here, we can allow anyone to register. All right, so for the default user role, I might actually set that to a customer, and then we can click on save. And I want to get back to the WooCommerce settings. So hover over WooCommerce, click on settings. So click on your emails. All right, so here you want to make sure that you've put in your email that you want your new order confirmation to be sent to. All right, so you can click on manage here, and you can also edit the additional content. Most importantly, just put in your correct email here, and then click on save changes. Just click on back here. All right, so these are all the sort of email notifications sent from WooCommerce, and we can go into each one and customize the message. I'll also show you how to sort of customize what it actually looks like, all right, in a second. So the most important thing that you want to do here is the email sender options. All right, so before, in the beginning, I showed you how to create an email account with SiteGround. So if you haven't followed from the beginning, you have like a different host. What I recommend is creating a domain specific email address. For example, this one's like the modern demo 123. The email that I created was, I think, help or hello. I can't really remember. I think it was that. And then paste in your domain URL. Okay. So what that does is basically it's going to show from this email address, okay, rather than from your Gmail, right? So sometimes if it's sending from your Gmail account, then it will come up with be careful with this message, and that's not very good for your customers to actually see. Sometimes it might end up in the spam folder as well, so your customers might not actually receive that. So that's why it's really important to put in your domain email address. Okay, so here you can also change, the basics of how this template looks. All right, so you can change the color of the header, and you can also add in a header image as well, but I'll show you how to customize it fully in a few minutes. All right, so just click on Save Changes. And for the integration and also the advanced, we're just going to leave that as default. All right, so we don't need to change anything there. Maybe except for the terms and service. Okay, so make sure to set that in, and then we can just click on Save Changes. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the WooCommerce settings. What I'm going to show you now is how to manage an order and how to fulfill it, especially with the Ali Dropship, if you're doing dropshipping, as well as sending your customers the tracking information, and then show you how to configure your emails. Okay, so the first thing that I normally recommend is the WooCommerce app, and you can download it for your Android or your Apple phone, and that's going to help you manage your orders, track your sales as well, and also get notifications on any new sales and also reviews that are coming in. Right, so if we want to fulfill an order, then you need to go back to your dashboard and hover over WooCommerce and then click on orders. Okay, so let's just say this is the new order, Sophie Lang, and all the orders will be listed over here in the order section. All right, so you can click into that, and here you've got the shipping details. All right, so what you can do is just package your product and then put in your address for your customer and then the phone number, take it to the post office, and then that is pretty much it. So normally the post office will actually send the tracking ID to the mobile phone, okay, if you ask them to. Then once you've actually done that, you can also click on add tracking information, right? So you have to have the plugin installed for this, and you can select the provider. So for example, I'm in Australia, then I would select Australia Post, all right, and then put in the tracking number in. So for example, this over here, put in the date shipped, and then select mark as completed. All right, then we can just click on save tracking, and then that's going to send your customer the tracking number and also an email to tell them that the order has been processed. Right, so here it says we've finished processing your order. They'll also get a tracking information where they can actually click. All right, and that's going to take them to the website, okay, to track their orders. Right, so as you can see, this one, it's not showing up because it's not a real tracking number, but normally it will show them, where their package is and when to expect it. All right, so once you've actually done that, then it should be good to go. But generally, if you have a lot of different orders every day and you have a lot of different items, what I generally recommend is either clicking on the PDF packing slip or the PDF invoice, and that's going to generate invoice so you can know what you need to pack for the customer, and also you got the the address and everything printed out as well. All right, so after that, so let's just say if this is a drop shipping order, then what you need to do is click on place order automatically, and that's going to open up a window. All right, so it's going to log into your AliExpress and essentially add this product that you've imported into the cart, and also take the sort of address of the customer here and put it into the Ali Dropship cart, right? So everything here is automated, right? So it's going to put in the name, the address, and also select the products that your customer has actually bought. So once that is finished filling in, then what you'll need to do is to pay by credit card or other payment methods, and then click on confirm, and then click on place order. So once you've placed the order, it'll take 1 to 2 business days for them to process it and then for them to ship it out. All right, and once you've done that, then you can send your customer their tracking details through here as well. Okay, so that is pretty much it to complete the order. What I want to show you now is how to change the overall template of the email that the customer gets, because this one looks okay, but we can make it look a little bit better, and you can also customize what message that you put into here, right? Because it says we have finished processing your order. It's not very clear that that the order has been shipped, so you might want to change this message here to we have finished processing your order and your order has been shipped. Your tracking information is below. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to install a plugin called Kadence. So you need to head over to your plugin section, and then we need to click on add new. And then here on the right, just type in the plugin, so KADENCE, and then hit on enter. Alright, so this one has over 30,000 installs by Kadence WP. Click on install, and then click on activate. So before we actually start designing the emails, right, the Kadence emails, we need to deactivate the advanced shipment tracking for WooCommerce first, because the plugin will conflict with the email customizer. Alright, just click on uninstall, and that will deactivate the plugin, right? So we can reactivate it once we've finished configuring the email templates. So scroll down here and you click on the Open Email Designer. So by default, this is what your emails will look like, right? So you can click on pre-built templates, and the one that I like is the first one here. So just select it. And what we could do is just load that template and click on OK. So once we've done that, we can click on email type and text. So what we could do is we can select a order that we have, or we can use the mockup order. And for the email type, what I want to do is I want to configure the customer completed order. So this is the email that we will send to customers once we have their tracking details. All right, so we can click on that one. And here you can change the subject text. All right, and for the heading text, we could do maybe something like your order has been shipped, like that. And then for the subtitle text, you can change this as well, hello from your site title. Okay, for your body text, what we can do is we can do hi there, or we could do the customer first name. So we can just take the first name here and then paste it into there. All right, so hi and then first name. Your recent order on has been shipped. So this one, your shipping or your tracking details are shown below. For your reference, we could do you should receive your package within 5 to 7 days. Let us know if you have any problems. So you could do something like that and make sure the spelling is correct. And then that is pretty much it, right? So we can click on save, and you can do this for each of the other templates as well, but generally don't really need to. All right, so what we could do is click on back here and click on the header. So for the header image, you can put in your logo. So select image, and I'm just going to put in my logo here. Choose the image. All right, so that should be loaded up like that. And you can also change, the size of the logo as well. So you can minimize it, or you can change it like that. And you can also add some padding as well. So like 30. You can fully customize it, but you can try and do that yourself, right? So you can click on back here, header style, and you can also change the header style as well, but I just like a default. And for the heading, you can also change the fonts and things like that. All right, so we can click on back here and back again. For the content, we'll leave everything as default here. Okay, obviously you can change everything. For the footer section, you might want to change the footer social links. So if you have footer social links there, then you can add that in, right? So you can click on here, and then you can link it to your Facebook page, or you could just remove it and disable it like that. All right, and then click on back here, and we can leave everything pretty much as default. For the custom styles, you don't really need to do that unless you know CSS, and you can change the styling of it with some CSS. All right. For the import and export, we're going to leave that as defaults, and then you can also send a preview email. All right, so what we could do is just put in my Creative Way email and then click on save. So the tracking details won't actually show in the sample email because we haven't activated that plugin. So once you've activated it, then it will include the tracking details below. So I'm going to send the email. All right, so email is sent. Okay, so the email should look something like this. Hi Sophie, your recent order on logo has been shipped. You should receive your package within 5 to 7 days. Let us know if you have any problems. Your tracking details will be below. All right, so once you activated the advanced shipment tracking, then it will show and everything is looking good. Okay, so we can close that, and we want to make sure we reactivate the plugin, right? So we can go back to plugins and just click on activate for that. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to show you how to fully configure your own custom footer section with your social media links and add in an email opt-in as well. So what we need to do first is we need to hover over Themify Shop and then click on Themify Settings. So right now we want to set in the footer design. Okay, so we need to click on the theme settings and then the theme appearance, and then we can scroll down to the footer design. Right, so you can choose from various different footer designs, but I'm going to be choosing this one on the right column. Okay, scroll down, and for the footer widgets, we want to select the one with 3. Right, if you want to put more stuff on your footer, then you might select 4 or even the 2-column one, but I think 3 is just the right amount. So this one, footer widget position after footer text. Okay, once you've done that, you can click on save. Alright, so what we need to do now is we need to click on the social links, and we need to set in our social links. So you can grab your Twitter URL, all your profile URLs, and just paste it into here. Okay, just paste it into there. For Facebook, just grab your Facebook profile, paste it into there. YouTube, I'm just going to put in and change that. Okay, Pinterest, I'm going to change that as well. Scroll down, and maybe if you have Instagram but you can't find it, you can click on add link, and then you can type in Instagram and then copy your Instagram URL, paste it into here, and then click on insert icon and search up Instagram. Okay, and then click on it, and then that's pretty much it. So you can rearrange it just by dragging and dropping like that, and you can also delete it if you don't actually have that profile URL. Alright, so we can click on save. Now what we need to do is we need to hover over appearance and then click on your menus. So we want to set in the footer menus, right? So for example, we want to set in footer menu 1 and footer menu 2. So we're going to set in our pages. So go back over here and click on the footer navigation first and click on select. Once you've done that, then we want to disable the display for the footer navigation because we're going to be putting in new ones. All right, so click on save menu. And then the next thing you want to do is create a new menu. All right, so we're just going to name this footer nav 1 and then click on create menu. And for your footer nav 1, you can select the pages that you want to display. So I personally want to display my account page, my shop page, my contact page, and maybe my, let's see here, okay, maybe my about page. All right, so I think it's really good to display your shop page because sometimes when people are scrolling down to the very bottom on their mobile devices, then they're very likely they want to navigate to the shop page, and that just makes it a lot easier for them. All right, so add to menu, and then what you want to do is you want to rearrange the orders. Okay, so maybe the shop page might be the most important, or maybe my account, and then we can put contact on the bottom like that. Okay, just click on save menu, and then we want to create footer nav 2, which is here. All right, so we need to click on create a new menu, and then we're going to name it so footer nav 2, and then click on create menu. Now once you've done that, then we want to select the pages that we want to display. So maybe shipping and returns, terms of service, and maybe our privacy page. So as you can see, you can't see it here because this is showing the most recent. You might want to click on view all, and that's going to show all your pages and things like that. So what we're going to do is you can also add in sort of custom links as well. So if you want to display your product categories, you can click on product categories and you can display that as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the pages and make sure that we actually add those in. Okay, and then I might just put in, let's just say my wishlist page. All right, and then rearrange the order by importance. So we're going to do something like that maybe. All right, and then click on Save Menu. Now, once we've done that, we're ready to display our menus. So we need to go to and click on Widgets. All right, so once we've done that, for footer widget 1, I want to display a contact section, right? So you can put the contact section or maybe like a little about us, like a little summary about your business and what you sell. So we can go back to the widgets, and what you can do is just drag in a text module, right? Text widget, and click it and drag it up and drop it into footer widget 1. And then we could just do like contact, and then we can paste in, let's say, your address, your phone number, like your sales information or anything like that. All right, so just paste that in, click on save, click on done. Footer widget number 2, what we're going to look for is the navigation menu. So where is that? Let's have a look over here. Okay, click it and drag it and then drop it into here, and then select footer nav 1, click on save and click on done. All right, so the next thing that we want to do is we want to drag in another nav into here, nav 2, save, and click on done. Okay, so we want to also display our social links here on the right hand side. So what you can do is look for the Themify social links. Okay, click it and drag it and scroll up and drag it below that. All right, so I want to open the links in a new window. So because it's an external link, normally when people click on it, you want it to open up in a new tab. So make sure to select that icon size, just leave it as default, and then click on save. Click on done. And then what we could do is we can right click and open link in a new tab to view what we've actually done. Okay, so that's looking really good, right? You can also put a title above here as well, which I didn't actually do. So let's just say, it's like quick links. You don't have to. If you do put a title, then you want to put it for all 3. If you don't want to put it, then maybe you want to remove contact and just have like this bottom part here, right, without the titles. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just put it in to show you guys quick links, and then this one might be just like my pages. Click on save and then done, and then we can refresh the page, something like that. Okay, so if you want to display your email opt-in, what we need to do first is you need to create a free account with MailChimp. So MailChimp will essentially help you store all the customers' email and their names so that you can collect email addresses for promotions later on, right? So you can sign up for free, and that's going to take you a few minutes. And once you've done that, you can log in. I'm just going to close that. And what we need to do first is to click on the top right here, click on it, and then click on account. And we need to get the API key to essentially link the MailChimp account with our website. So click on extras, API key, and then I'm just gonna copy this over to my clipboard and then go back to my website. Okay, and then we can go to Themify shop, Themify settings, and then click on integration API, click on opt-in, click on MailChimp, and then paste the code in, right? And then we can just save it, and that is connected up. Right, so once we've connected that up, then what we need to do is to create a layout part. So click on layout parts. Now, once we've created the layout part, it's going to essentially allow us to display the email opt-in anywhere on our website, including our footer section or anywhere that you like, just by pasting in a short code. So click on add new, and it's going to be really, really quick. So and really easy. So just type in email opt-in. All right, and then click on publish. So once you've done that, you want to click on the URL, or you can click on front end, so we can see exactly what we are designing. So we want to design something like this, right? Sign up for our newsletter. A lot of companies also do like sign up for 10% off. So essentially once they've signed up here, they'll get an automated email, and you can set this up with MailChimp, and then they'll include a coupon code, right? So if we go back over here, right, we need to build out the email opt-in. Just drop in a text module, okay? And then you can put in the text, sign up for our newsletter, just like that. and then click on done. So you can style it however you like, but we're just going to keep it nice and simple. And we need to look for the opt-in form, right? And just drag it below. And then that's pretty much it. So we want to make sure that we've selected MailChimp and also our list. So generally, once you've created a free account with MailChimp, you'll be only allowed to create one list, right, for the free accounts. So that will be automatically selected, okay? So for the layout, I just want to keep it really nice and simple and minimal because it's for the footer. So I want to use something like this, okay? And I also want to hide the first name and hide the last name as well. And to save space, I want to remove the email title above the box here. So what I want to do is just to delete that. And then basically for the placeholder, so you could do your email address like that. And you can keep the submit button as subscribe or sign up, whatever you want. Personally, I just want to delete it and then add in a button. Okay, so here you want to search for email and click on this one. And that's a nice little email icon there. So as you can see, when you hover over that, it's gonna hover darker and you can't see that icon anymore. So what we need to do is click on the styling and click here, and then click on the subscribe button, font, and then with the hover, let's just hover it back as white, or you could change it to like pink or something like that if you want to, right? Or whichever your accent color is, all right? So click on done, and that is pretty much it, right? So once we've actually put it into here, it's gonna resize down to this size, okay? So once we've done that, just click on save, and you can click on the back end, all right? And that's gonna take you to the back end. But sometimes if you accidentally clicked on close, then what you need to do, sometimes you can just go to your dashboard again, and then go to Themify Shop, Layout Parts, okay? And just copy over the shortcode. So you've got two shortcodes here and either is fine. So I'm just gonna copy the bottom one here. And once you've got that, then you can go to your appearance, widgets, and then you can look for whichever widget that you want to paste it into. So for example, below footer widget, then we can drag in the text, right? And then scroll up and then paste that below, put in the shortcode, click on save, click on done. And then once you've done that, you can click on visit site. And then that should be looking great. So that is pretty much it. Now let's just say if we click on the about page and we scroll down, so what you might notice is that there is no line there to sort of separate it. Maybe this one's not the best example. Let's just go to shipping and returns. Okay, so there's no sort of separated line to separate from the page and the footer. So what you might want to do is click on customize. And here you can sort of edit, the footer and what the styling is. So click on the advanced tab and then you can scroll down to footer. All right, so for the footer wrap, you can change the footer wrap background color to a light gray if you want to. I might just click on the footer inner and then I'm going to deselect apply to all. All right, and for the top, I want to add like a border. So the color is maybe DDD, like that, and then 1 pixel. Okay, so it's a slight light gray line, and that shows us that that's the footer section, right? So you can also play around with, how it looks. For example, you might want to change the footer font color to something darker, like that, so it matches, right? And maybe we could even sort of add some letter spacing to make it a little bit more modern feel to it, like that. And maybe you can also change the size as well if you want to make it a little bit smaller. You might want to change it for the link as well in case, something like that. And then we can click on publish and we can close that, and then there is your new footer section. So you can also fully customize your footer section, and I have a video on that on my channel as well. But this one is actually really mobile responsive, so you don't really have to do much to it, right? So everything's gonna properly scale down, and you can probably center it if you want to as well. Okay, So that is pretty much it. Now the next section I want to show you is your mega menus. Okay, so there's essentially 3 different ways that you can display your drop down menu. So for example, just a normal drop down just like that, or you could display it in columns, or you could also display it as post where the pictures will actually appear. Okay, so what you'll need to do is go back to your website and go back to your dashboard section. And then you can navigate to your appearance and then click on menus. So what you'll need to do is select your top navigation menu and click on select and make sure that it is selected. Alright, so for a simple drop down, you could just add in your pages here and add to menu. And let's just say you want the contact to drop down from your shop page, then you just indent it below that, right? So you click on save menu and we can view that just by opening it in a new tab. Alright, you hover over that and it will drop down. Okay, if you want like another page to drop down from contact, then you'll need to indent the page under contact. Alright, so that's the most simple one and we're going to move that back. Alright, so the next one that I want to show you is we want to add in our product categories. So on the left here, now if you don't actually see that, you need to click on the screen options here and ensure that the product categories is selected. Okay, so scroll down here and then click on product categories, select women's and men's. Alright, so you want to make sure that you have added these categories in before, which I've showed you in the beginning. Now, if you haven't added them in, you can add them in as custom links as well. So what we could do is just add those to menu first. So once you've done that, then you can click on the drop down here and you can select the type that you want. So if you want it to appear as the posts with the images, you can select mega posts. All right. And what you can do is you can select the things that you want to drop down from. So sunglasses and dresses, you could just add that to menu. Okay, so what you'll need to do is click on sunglasses and just indent it below women's, and the same for dresses. All right. Then you can click on the men's, and for this one, you want it to be dropping down as just drop down columns like that. And you can select the amount of columns, for example, 2, 3, or 4. So let's just say I want 3. And what we could do is add the categories that we want. So sunglasses, jumpers, ebooks, electronics, and just add that to menu. And then we can just indent it below there, just like that. Alright, so now if you want to add in custom links, so for example, you might want to link it to a very specific product, then you can add custom links, or you can also click on products as well if you want to. Alright, so I'm just going to show you a custom link. So let's just say we want to link to a specific product or any other page. For example, maybe this one over here. Then all you need to do is copy the URL, right? Come back here and paste in the URL, and let's just say this one is cat eye sunglasses. All right, add to menu. And then you want to make sure it drops down there. And let's just say you want to add a product, right? You can click on view all, and that's going to display all your products that you have. Let's just say we click on this one here, add to menu. And then just drop it down from there. Click on it. You can also adjust the navigation label as well. It might be a little bit too long, so we just do like wireless TWS earphones. And then we can click on save menu. And then what we could do is view our page. Alright, so if you hover over women's, then it's going to drop down with the images. And as you can see, it's quite blurry. So I'll show you how to fix that in a second. Right, you hover over men's, and then you've got the different categories like that. Okay, so we're going to fix that. So go back to your dashboard. And then you can go to Themify Shop, Themify Settings. And then we need to go to Theme Settings, Mega Menu. And we want to ensure that this is either 180 by 180 or maybe let's just say 150 by 150. Okay, let's just make it a little bit smaller so it loads quicker. Save that. And you can also change the number of posts. For example, you might choose like 6 or 7. Really depends on what you want. Okay, and then you can click on visit site. So when you hover over that, then it will display like that. Okay. Okay, so what I want to show you now is how to create like a hero section for your shop pages as well as your different category pages. right? So by default, it looks something like this, and it's very, very plain. So this is going to allow you to essentially add in content above it, right? So sometimes you might have some sales, but more importantly, you can also use this as a way to create content for your pages, right? So by default, there is no content there. And when Google actually scans your website, they're looking for content to sort of determine, to understand what your page is about. And if you go to like Gymshark's website, they have a paragraph here telling you exactly, what this page is about. And then that helps with their search engine rankings for the page. All right. Then I'm also going to show you how to create this section here, right? So you could put in like 50% off shipping, or maybe even like free shipping. And this is really cool. Okay. And I'll show you how to add in your payment icons as well. All right. So what we're going to do is go back to your website, and we can go back to our dashboard section. So the first thing that we want to do is to add in layout parts, and then we can set in the location of where we want to display. So what we need to do is hover over Themify Shop and then click on layout parts, and then we can click on add new. So the first part that we're going to add is our shop page, right? So you can label it anything that you want, so as long as you understand what it is. So this is going to be shop page hero, and then click on publish, and then I'm going to click on the URL. So we're going to edit from the front end, and then we're going to turn on builder. Okay, so what we want to do is create a hero video. So we want to hover over the row and then click on styling, click on background, and then set it to video. And then we can look for a video, or we can use an image, right? So let's just paste in the URL here and make sure to disable the audio. And then once you've done that, then it should start playing, but you can't actually see it. So we need to extend it. So let's extend it to maybe like 100 pixels in the top. Okay, that's close enough. And 100 for the bottom as well, something like that. And then we can add in some text, right? So click on done. And then let's drop in a text module in the middle. And then for the content, I'm going to set in shop, okay, and a subheading. So just paste that in. So make sure this one is set to the heading 1, okay? And then you've got your subheading below that. And we want to click on styling, font, and then change the color to white so it becomes more visible, okay? And for the font size, we want to change it to like 20 maybe, okay? So we can actually see that text. And we can also align it to the middle. So if you want to boost the visibility of the text, because it's white, we want to make the background a little bit darker. Okay, so I want to hover over the row again, click on styling, add a row overlay, and set this to black. All right, and then we're going to drop the opacity down to, let's say, 20% or 10%, like that. And then that way you can see the text better. Okay, so just click on done. So you can also add in other modules as well, but we're just going to keep it nice and simple. Click on save, and then click on backend. Right, so once we have created that specific layout, we need to copy over the shortcode, copy that to your clipboard, right? And then we need to go to Themify Shop, Themify Settings, and we need to go to Hook Content. So click on Hook Content, and then we can add item. All right, so Hook Content is essentially, it will allow you to add in different content in different areas, right? So you normally can't really do it with using the builder. You need to use the hook content. So you can click on see hook locations, and you can see where the content will actually appear, right? So we're going to click on back here, and then what we're going to do is set in the location. So this one's going to be layout before, and then we also want to set in a condition. So we want it to appear on a specific pages, and then this one's going to be shop, right? Click on save, and then paste, right? And then click on save. And we can view our store and see that. Okay, so that's looking great. And what we're going to do is do the same for the men's and the women's. So I'm going to show you men's first. So just click on men's, and as you can see, there's no content here. So we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to go back here and just create a layout part. So click on add new. So this one's going to be like men's shop page hero. Click on publish. And then we can click on the front end again. Turn on the builder. Okay, so here we want to set in a image. So click on row styling, background, image, add the image, and we can click on upload files, select files. So the image that we want to upload is the men's shop page image. So I've included that so you can download it that. I've also included the women's shop page as well. So open that and then insert file URL. All right, once we've done that, then we can set in full cover. Okay, and then what we could do is add some spacing on the top and the bottom, maybe 125. Keep pulling it down. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So what we're going to do is click on done, and then let's drop in a text module into there, and we're going to add some of the content. So let's go back here, let's click on men's. Right, so if for example this is like the men's eyewear page, then the heading that you're going to put here is maybe men's eyewear, and then you could have a paragraph about, you know, what it is. Right, so here I'm just going to keep it nice and simple. Let's just make sure that this one is set to heading 1. Click on styling, font, and let's change that to white. Change the font size to 20. All right, and align it to the middle. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to click on done. And I think that's okay because the text is quite visible since there's nothing much on the background here. Then we can just click on done, save, sorry. And then we can close that. All right, so you can also go back to your dashboard here to copy the shortcode. So Themify shop, layout parts. Copy over the shortcode here, copy, go back to Themify settings. Now we want to go to hook content, all right, add item. This one is also layout before as well, but the condition is different. So click on conditions. Now this one is the taxonomies, and then you'll click on product categories, and then you want to select it, right? So taxonomies, product categories, then select the one that you want it to display on. Right, so you can do the same for women's as well. Click on save, paste that in, and save that in here. And let's maybe refresh that page, and hopefully the content is there. All right, perfect. So you can do that for women's as well. So I'm not going to show you that again. You can do that yourself, and then you can add in and set in the hook location as well as set in the condition. All right. So what I want to show you now is how to add in the free shipping one. Okay, so we need to also create a layout part. So this one is really useful because then it allows you to create like a secondary header. So we can create a new one called maybe free shipping. I'm just going to call it free shipping header and then publish. Let's click on the link, turn on the builder. And I'm just going to copy over free shipping for orders over $75. And then all we need to do is add in a text module, paste that in, and maybe you can align it to the center. You can use that one, or you can also use the one in here as well. It doesn't really matter too much. So what we're going to do is add in for the row styling a background color and set it to 222, right? A dark gray color. And within the font inside, I'm just going to set it to white. All right, so if you notice that there is some spacing on the bottom and the spacing on the top, so it's not really even, right? So what we need to do is click on done and click into that text module, all right? And then click on styling, click on margin, and we want to do a negative margin of 7, like that, and then a positive margin of 7 on the top, okay? And then once you've done that, you can click on save and then click on backend. And then we just need to copy over the shortcode again. All right, and then go back to the hook content area. Okay, and then we're going to add item, So for this location, this one is called header after. Paste that in. And because we want this to show on all pages, we don't need to set any conditions. All right, so we can click on save. And then we can refresh the page. Then it should appear like that. So another really cool thing is that when you actually set in the hook content, you can just click on turn on builder and edit the layout part directly, right? So let's just say, for example, you don't want free shipping. Maybe you want to change it to like, free shipping for over $100, then you can edit it directly here. So you just click into it and then you can just change it to like $100, right? You can also change, the row as well. Okay, so you can also change, let's say, the background color if you want to as well. Click on done, and then that's it. All right, so you can close that, and then it's going to edit. Okay, so that's really nice. And what we're going to do is add in the payment icons. So you can add in the payment icons just like we did for our free shipping, right? You just need to create a new layout part. But maybe let's just say if you want to create and add it here, then we can just like, for example, turn on the builder, right? Because this one is a layout part as well. So what you need to do is for like payment icons and things like that, we can use the icon module. So we need to look for the icon module and let's click it and you can drag it and put it in. All right, so we can set here to transparent. And we need to set in the different icons. So I'm going to delete the label actually because we don't need that. Click on the icon and click on font awesome. And maybe let's say the first icon we're going to use is, let's say, PayPal or something. Okay, so type that in and select the PayPal one like that. I might change it to smaller. Really depends on you actually. So the next one is going to be, let's say, plus that, font awesome. Let's try Apple. That one there. I think that will display after when we save it. So click on add new, add that in. Maybe let's try Visa. Okay. Add two more. So this one is going to be MasterCard. And then add another one. This one is going to be American Express. So Amex, put that in, and we want to do, maybe add a little bit of spacing on that. So we can go to styling, padding, deselect that, and we add a little bit of padding to that, maybe 5 pixels or let's say 10 pixels, like that. We can click on save. And then we want to click on the icon again because I need to set that to black. All right, and then we can click on done, save it, and close it. All right, so that's looking awesome. Again, you can put it under below there using another layout part, but I think that looks pretty good. So what I'm going to show you now is how to create a custom product page. Right, so I only recommend this if you really need one because it takes sort of more time to optimize it for mobile and everything like that. So I'm going to show you how to do it just in case you want to do it in the future, or maybe you're creating one for your clients. So what I want to show you now is how you can actually fully customize your product pages, right? But before I do, I want to give you just a brief sort of rundown of where you can actually edit the basic settings for your shop page, because not every single person should be creating a custom product page because it does take a lot of time. You have to adjust it and you have to make sure that it's fully mobile responsive. All right, so let's just say if you want to change the basic settings of your single product pages, then you can click on the shop settings here and single product page. And here you can change where your product image is located, in the middle or the right hand side. And you can also hide certain things, for example, the product share button, whether or not you want to display the SKU or the tags or reviews and things like that. All right, and then you can click on save, and then the changes will be made on your single product pages, right? So you can also click on edit product as well, and you can change it specifically for that specific product. If you scroll down to the Themify custom panel area, and you can change the product image layout, right? for this specific one only, right? And you can also click on page appearance to change the header or the footer for that specific page, right? And you can also change the, let's just click on the product here. You can change the title and also the price as well as the button colors in the customizer section. So if we go to, when this loads, so if we go to customize here, and then if we go and click on the shop, here you can change the product title and you can adjust the sizing as well as the color. Same with the pricing, button, sales tag, right? But you can't really move the things around. So this is where the Themify Builder Pro comes in, right? So I'm going to show you how to download it in a second, but this is what you can do, right? So you can click on edit template, and essentially you can change the location of each of the different elements. Like for example, the breadcrumbs, you can click it and you can move it around. You can also sort of adjust the column size, right? So you can move it across, and you can also move the reviews, or you could, take the product title and move it up here. You can have this hero section if you want to. Let's just move it back down here. You can click into it as well, and you can click on the styling to sort of change the font and the styling. You can click into here and you can change the styling here. You can also click into here, right? And you can also change the button label to like add to cart or something like that. Full width or not full width, that's completely up to you. So you can drag each of these modules into here and you can rearrange it, however you want, right? So you can click here and you can change it. You can also add your related products. And yeah, you can do a lot of stuff with it, but you do have to ensure that you make it mobile responsive, and it does take some time. Okay, so to actually get this, then what you need to do is you need to go to our website, so hoganchua.com/modern-e-commerce tutorial. The link is down below, and then what you'll need to do is download the Themify Builder Pro plugin. So you can click on it and then download it onto your desktop. Okay, and then you can come back to your website. Okay, let's just close that, and we need to install it as a plugin. So we need to go back to the dashboard area, and then we need to go to plugins, and then you need to add new, upload plugin, choose file, and then we're gonna upload Themify Builder Pro.zip. Okay, click on open, and then install now. Activate the plugin. So once you've activated the plugin, we'll need to hover over Themify Shop and click on the Pro themes, and then click on Add New Theme. So the new theme name we're going to set in as just like custom product page, right? You can call it any name that you want. So I'm just going to call it that, and then click on Next. And here you can change the theme, but I'm just going to keep it blank, right? So you can actually use this Themify Builder Pro to create a custom theme for your WordPress website. So I'm just going to click on Activate the blank theme. And after that, we need to go to our templates. So you can click on Go to Templates here, or you can click on the Pro templates here. All right, we need to click on Add New. And here we're going to set up a single product page. Select the associated theme, which is the one that we just created. For the type, we want to select product single, and here you can choose the display options. So you can either choose it to display on all your products, or you can deselect it and you can select it for specific products, right? So you could either do it for, let's say, specific categories or tags, or individual products, right? So for example, I'm just going to select the black dress, right? And then click on Next. And here they've also got some templates which you can actually use to get started, but I'm just going to choose the most basic one, the Master Classic product, and click into that and publish. All right, so once that has been activated, you can edit the template. So what I like to do is I just click on save first and close it first, right? Because I can't actually see the exact product that I want to customize. And what you can do is save it and close it, and then you can go back to your dashboard section, and then you can scroll down and click on your products. And then I'm going to scroll down to find my black dress product and click into that. All right, so because I've selected the condition to edit this specific product, then the edit template will also appear, right? So you can click on edit template here, and that way we can see exactly what we're doing to the specific product. So here on the left, you can drag in each of these different modules, and these are specific for the Themify Builder Pro, right? So you can drag in like the product title, the product rating, the price, the description, and that's going to pull all the data that you've imported. All right, so let's just say we want to remove this. You can just click it and then just close it, just like that. All right, so what you can do is, for example, you can look at some inspirational websites. For example, this Nike website, and they have the image here, and then they have sort of a skinnier section to display the variables and also the add to cart as well as the description. And they also got free delivery and returns and reviews on the side like that. So for example, you could go back here, and what you could do is you can also sort of pull that in and reduce the size of the column, all right, to something similar that you see. That might be okay. And then what I want to do is maybe I want to click into this, and let's say we can change it to like add to bag, right? You can also click on the styling here and adjust the button styling, the quantity styling here as well. But what you can also do here is you can add the accordion module, and let's say you put that below that, and here we could do like, you know, size guide. And then here for your accordion content, you could add like an image. So add media, and you could add a size guide image, insert into post, something like that. All right, you can click on add new, and then you could do like free delivery and returns. Okay, and then you could put in, let's just say, for example, let's just get some content from here, and we're going to paste that in and match style, just like that, right? Then you could go down here and change it to transparent, right? And then you could click on the close icon and set in an icon. So we could do something like that, so people know that, you know, when they click on it, it's going to open up, right? And then for the opened one, we want it to go like that, all right? And then you can go to the styling here, font, and we can change the size to like, you know, 16, something a little bit bigger. Then what we could do is we could go to padding, and then we could add, let's say 10 or something like that. Maybe let's try 15. Okay, that looks better. And then we could also add, let's say you see that line here, right? That light gray line. We can go back here. All right, so what we need to do is we need to go to the module title. Actually, the title, click on the border, and then select bottom, click 1, and then set in the color, so like a light gray, just like that. And perhaps we could maybe make it even lighter. Okay, so it's more subtle, and I think that's not too bad. And then we can click on done. And then, for example, we could also move the product review tabs like over here, just below that. And we can click into that, and we can just display the reviews. Okay, so it's just displaying reviews. We might want to add some padding, so just do like 20 pixels. And then for here, the related products, we want to make sure that it's aligned in the middle. So we're going to set it to maximum 3 products. Styling here, we want to align it to the middle, right? And then for the heading, we might change it like to something that you see on Nike, which is like, you might also like, for example, that. Copy that, paste that into here, all right? And then we could go to styling, and we can change the font of the title. So that one is the title font, and then we could do maybe 14. Oops, maybe that's not it. The heading, sorry, font, and then we could change the size to 14, right? Maybe make the letter spacing 1, something like that. Maybe we could do 15. Okay, and then that looks pretty good, right? So we can click on save, and then we can close it to sort of view our product. All right, so that's not too bad. The only thing that I do want to change is maybe move this, align this to the left, and then we're pretty much good to go. Maybe add some spacing here as well. So you can just click on the edit template again, and then we could just add some padding above the product description. Let's just say 20 pixels, just like that. And then click into the breadcrumbs, right? And then you can go to styling, font and just align it to the left, right? So that looks a little bit better. And another thing that you can do is you can make a hero image. For example, you can drop in a row above the current row, right? And then you can click on the row styling background. You can set it to dynamic. And then for the background image, you can set it to post featured image, right? So that's going to essentially display your product image as a hero. So you could do something like full cover, or you could do something like best fit. And then you could just, scroll down and add some padding like that. Okay, so you can have your product images as a hero image if you want to as well. For example, something like that. Okay, you might need to stretch it a little bit more. You can also arrange, how you want to display it like that. Okay, and then you can click on done, and then you're pretty much good to go. Right, click on save and close it. So that's pretty much it for your custom product page. I just wanted to keep it really nice and simple to show you the basics of how to use it. You just have to make sure that you set in the display conditions correctly. Make sure that it is mobile responsive, and then you should be good to go. Okay, so congratulations, we're pretty much finished with the tutorial and your e-commerce website, so you can actually start selling now. So the last thing I do want to show you is how to update your theme and plugins, and also where to find help. So what we need to do is we need to go back to our dashboard section. So the first way I want to show you is the manual way, which is completely free, or you can also get automatic updates, which you do need to get the membership. All right, so because this video is a free tutorial, then I'll show you how to do it for free first. Okay, so we can hover over appearance and click on themes. So what we need to do is you need to go back to my website over here, or you can download and re-download the theme from the video description. Okay, so anytime there's a new update, I'll try to re-upload the latest theme. So you can come back to this video and download it, and then you can install the newest version. Okay, so if you don't actually find the newest version, then you can also email me at support@hoganschuhe.com. So once you've downloaded the latest theme, then you can go back over here, and we need to delete this old theme. All right. So you can reactivate any other theme, for example, 2019, just activate it first. Okay, so once you've done that, then we need to click on the Themify shop, and we need to delete it, right? So it's going to keep all your Themify shop settings, so don't worry about that. So we can just delete it first. Okay, so once you've done that, we can click on add new again. And then we need to upload the theme, choose file, and then make sure to upload the themify-shop.zip file, and click on open, install. Okay, so once that is done, we need to click on activate, and then your new theme should be updated. All right, so your new theme should be updated, and we can go back to visit the site, and everything should be reactivated. Okay. So to activate it automatically, what you'll need to do is you can go to themify.me, and what you'll need to do is you can hover over themes and click on pricing. So here you can actually get the membership, which actually includes the 1 year support as well. So you can get access to the Themify support forums where you can ask any question. Okay, so I find it really, really helpful if you want some extra help, because, there's a lot of people who are asking me questions and things like that. While I try to get back to everyone, sometimes I can't get back to, every single person, but you can submit, your inquiry here, and you can get help from the support team. Okay, so basically that is it. Now for your plugins, it's pretty much the same process. So what you need to do is you'll need to re-download the latest versions over here. And then you need to go back to your dashboard area, and then you can go to your plugins, right? And essentially what you'll need to do is you'll need to deactivate the plugin first, and then delete it, and then click on add new, and then reactivate the newest plugin. Okay, so if you actually get the Themify membership, then you'll get access to the license key. So that's going to allow you to sort of automatically update your themes and also the Themify plugins. All right. So that is pretty much it. And basically, if you have any questions, then drop it down in the comment section below. You can also find the FAQ here. So if I get a lot of questions, I'll try to put it over here so you can basically use it as a resource for your website and things like that. Okay, so thank you and see you guys in the next video.